अखंड मंडलाकारं व्याप्तं एनं चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः. Guru can guide the supreme knowledge of living and non-living beings in the entire universe. I salute such a Guru. Respected dignitaries, members of the management, chief guest, distinguished speakers, delegates, staff, and my dear student friends. Very good morning to you all. I am Divya, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, Sri Aurobindo College. I would take it as an honor to welcome you all to two-day international conference on global perspectives on business, entrepreneurship development, and technology, a multidisciplinary approach organized by Sri Aurobindo College, Rajajinagar, Bengaluru, in association with IQAC, SAISP, and IIC. Sri Aurobindo College was established in the year 1996-97 by Rajajinagar Education Society to impart quality education to all. The college is affiliated to Bangalore University and accredited by NAC. It offers pre-university and undergraduate courses in computer applications, commerce, and management. And also in the year 2017, Sri Aurobindo Center for PG Studies was started. The aim of education is the knowledge not of fact, but of values. It is on occasions like this, we get opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brains think about the challenges of global competitiveness. It is a mark of our tradition to invoke the Almighty at the beginning of an important event. Like the great philosopher Soren said, the function of prayer is not to influence the God, but rather to change the nature of the one who prays. May I invite Dr. Sangeeta Kakandaki and her team, Faculty Kala Bharati Academy, Sri Aurobindo Group of Institutions, to invoke the Almighty.
वक्रतुंडा महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारते तव चरणों प्रणमामः। जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारते तव चरणों प्रणमामः। नाद ब्रह्ममय जय वागेश्वरी नाद ब्रह्ममय जय वागेश्वरी शरणं ते गच्छामः। जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारते तव चरणों प्रणमामः तव चरणों प्रणमामः। त्वमसि शरण्या त्रिभुवनधन्या सुरमुनिवन्दितचरणा त्वमसि शरण्या त्रिभुवनधन्या सुरमुनिवन्दितचरणा नवरस मधुरा कविता मुखरा स्मित रुचि रुचिराभरणा जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारते तव चरणो प्रणमामः हासेना भव मानसहंसे हासेना भव मानसहंसे कुण्डतुहिन शशिधवले हर जगत् गुरु बोधि विकासं स्मित पंकजतनु विमले जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारते तव चरणो प्रणमामः तव चरणो प्रणमामः ललित कलामय ज्ञान विभामय वीणा पुस्तक धारिणी ललित कलामय ज्ञान विभामय वीणा पुस्तक धारिणी मथिरास्थाम्नो तव पद कमले मथिरास्थाम्नो तव पद कमले ऐकुण्ठा विषहारिणी जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारते तव चरणो प्रणमामः नाद ब्रह्ममय जय वागेश्वरे नाद ब्रह्ममय जय वागेश्वरे शरणं ते गच्छामः जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारते तव चरणो प्रणमामः तव चरणो प्रणमामः तव चरणो प्रणमामः
Thank you, Sangeeta ma'am. In order to remove darkness, light is the essential one. We will have our traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. I request our dignitaries to light the lamp and symbolically inaugurate this event. Our honorable chief guest, Parthasarathi sir, has joined the session. I request him to virtually join the inauguration of the session. Welcome, sir. Before we proceed further, I would like to mention about our land, our state, Karnataka. The princely state of Mysore joined the center and formed the state Karnataka on November 1st, 1956. To commemorate this day, November 1st is celebrated as Rajyotsava. It is customary to sing state anthem, that is Nadagite, on such occasions and pay respect to the state. I request all the ladies and gentlemen to rise for Nadagite. I invite Dr. Sangeeta Kakandaki and her team to render the state anthem.
जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते, जय हे कर्नाटक माते, जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते, जय हे कर्नाटक माते, जय सुंदर नदी वनಗಳ ನಾಡೆ, जय हे रस ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೇಡೆ, जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते, जय हे कर्नाटक माते. ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ, ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದದ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ, ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ. ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ, ಜನನಿಯ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ, ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ, ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ, ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ. ಶಂಕರ ರಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ, ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರರಿಹ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ, ರನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ, ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ, ಕಬ್ಬಿಗರುದಿಸಿದ ಮಂಗಳಧಾಮ, ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯ ರಾಮ, ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ. ತೈಲಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ, ಡಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೇಡೆ, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ, ಕಾವೇರಿಯವರ ರಂಗ, ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ. ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ, ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ, ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ, ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನರುದ್ಯಾನ, ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ನಾಮ, ಗಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ, ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ, ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ, ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ.
Thank you all. We have with us today a man of vision, Shri T.N. Ravi Prakash Sir, Honorable Secretary RES, and as well the president of today's event, who has joined us virtually. Sir has served as Special Officer in Ministry of Finance, Health, PWD, Revenue and Housing, Under Secretary to Government and Home Department, Officer on Special Duty to Minister for Higher Education, Officer on Special Duty to Minister for Health and Family Welfare, presently serving as Officer on Special Duty to Minister for Housing. Sir, we are honored by your presence today. I request you to formally welcome the chief guest and the August gathering by declaring the webinar open. Over to you, sir. Ravi Prakash, sir. Sir, Ravi Prakash, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself. Ravi Prakash, sir.
Good morning to you all and greetings of Rajotsava and Deepavali. I deem it a very great privilege to have this occasion to be part of this two-day conference on global perspectives on business, entrepreneurship development and technology. It's my great privilege to welcome you all to this two-day conference organized by Sri Aurobindo College, an IQAC initiative, and it's my great privilege to welcome His Excellency Sri Parthasarathy, diplomat and former ambassador to South Korea, who has kindly consented to be the chief guest and who will be delivering the keynote address on this very important and present day issue covered seminar, which is happening in our college. This webinar has been organized in the present scenario of COVID-19 situation, where it has not been possible for us to hold this seminar. And as such, the webinar still, it covers the whole world. And since it's a global perspective and the participants are there in all over the world, I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Sri Parthasarathy, and I request him to kindly deliver the keynote address and enlighten us with his rich experience, knowledge, and guide us to the two-day seminar. I also welcome Sri Ramesh, Dr. S. Ramesh, who is our coordinator and cooperates in all our activities, and Mr. Suhas Bagalkotkar, a retired joint director of CPRA Government of India, and who is also my colleague in the management of this Aurobindo College and group of institutions. Sri Sandeep Nair, Sri Ravindranath Kaushik, and all the participants, right from principals and professors of higher educations of all over India, my governing council member colleagues, Mr. Anurag Patwari, Rotary District Representative, members of the management, some of whom have physically been present in this auspicious occasion, faculty and students who are participating in this webinar. Sir, Parthasarathy sir, it is with great humble privilege we welcome you, and I also allow me to take this opportunity of honoring all the delegates who are participating in this Invictus on a topic which is most relevant in the current economic situation of the globe, namely global perspectives on business, entrepreneurship development, and technology. We had planned to organize this seminar in the year 2020 itself, but the prevailing COVID-19 situation, which was much more harsh in 2020, didn't allow us to go ahead. And present situation where COVID-19 is coming to control, and we are all in a bright situation where we are all happy to be going ahead and thinking of the future, forgetting all that has happened last 2 years, literally bringing back our economy to the advancement of the situation. This seminar is a way we can go ahead and have discussions on the development and entrepreneurship. We celebrated World Entrepreneurs Day last year on 21st August, and celebrating who have started their own businesses, who have provided opportunity as an entrepreneur, not only providing job opportunities and developing new skills and providing better opportunities and advancement in economic situation. The theme of today's event, innovation, full and productive employment, and decent work for all, recognizes the crucial role of sustainable entrepreneurs as generators of full and productive employment and promoters of innovation and decent work. We have observed and experienced many challenges presented by the COVID situation and the devastation we are dealing with economically because of COVID and also pre-existing economic structural flaws and interventions. Therefore, it is the need of the hour that we must focus on the following: productivity that will create employment, recognition of the role of private sector in the creation of employment. Skills were central in everything we do. So skilling, reskilling, and upskilling needs thrust. Full and productive employment creation leads to decent work. Equal access to opportunities for all, whether in rural areas, informality, women, young people, physically challenged, and all those, so that the realization of social justice is done. India records an impressive number of startups, but unfortunately, few of these translate into sustainable jobs, and only about 15% of our startups go to the full distance. In this direction, we need to give attention so that the sustainability of such startups is attained. There are many reasons for these things, but attitudinal change and defensive behavior has to change. Lack of leadership, lack of privatization, prioritization of entrepreneurship, no alignment between ideas and skills, no clear picture of knowledge and skill acquisition, and also we must urgently understand the integration of artificial intelligence, that is not only that, including all technology and human skills to achieve the maximum. In fact, the new education policy that has been adopted in the country gives thrust towards attaining all these goals. Government of Karnataka is the first state to adopt the new education policy and providing education towards preparing entrepreneurship and also job opportunities, and make all these education, they should be fit enough to take up any challenges in the jobs. Let me conclude by speaking few words about our institution. Rajajinagar Education Society has been established by few bureaucrats and philanthropists way back 52 years back, when we started with a humble primary education. Now the college imparts education right from kindergarten to the post-graduation. We have got the alumni all over the world occupying important position, whether it's in the field of education, medical, engineering, technological, scientific, and in all other spheres of life. And the education we impart in our institution focuses on community at large. We impart the culture of innovation and startup ecosystem through sustained excellence with focused pursuit by motivating entrepreneurship values, synergetic to environment for a better tomorrow to reach global standards. The institution has also constituted Sri Aurobindo Innovation and Entrepreneurship Council in line with the National Innovation and Startup Policy under the guidance of NISP IIC of Ministry of Education, Government of India. College has also been recognized and accredited by NAC, permanently affiliated to Bangalore University. The SAC academic team is dedicated, hardworking, and student-centric, training the students to excel in their academic pursuits in order to provide a global perspective in the field of business, entrepreneurship, development, technology, and multidisciplinary two-day seminar has been organized where students and faculty members are provided an opportunity to participate, present their views, and lead to the conclusion of the seminar with recommendations and deliberations which will be useful and which can be adopted for the development of this whole system. The word invictus is a Latin word meaning unconquerable. Let us hope all these discussions in this conference provides a platform to discuss the global issues and developments in the field of business enterprises and technology. We at Rajajinagar Education Society and SAC are not able to provide a proper hospitality to all these participants because of the situation where COVID still has restrictions and standard operating procedures doesn't allow us to gather in large numbers. I am sure in the days to come, the situation which is looking bright will improve, and we shall have many such conferences where we hope to have all of you with us and provide an opportunity to interact. I hope that participants will have fruitful deliberation and come out with action plan on the topic. I take this opportunity to wish the seminar a grand success. I also welcome all the delegates, all the participants, and special welcome to our chief guest and the keynote speaker, Ms. Parsadarthi, the honorable earlier member of representative and Indian ambassador to South Korea, and a great personality whose keynote address we are all looking forward to hear and encourage us. Thank you one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Of South Korea. Mr. Parthasarathi joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1981 and has served as a diplomat in countries throughout the world, including Pakistan, Belgium, and United Kingdom, Syria, and many countries in Africa. He retired from the Foreign Service at the end of October 2014 and has moved back to Bangalore, his hometown. Currently, he is the CEO of the Karnataka State Cricket Association. Earlier, after his retirement from the Foreign Service, He served as the Secretary General, CEO of the Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Bengaluru. He continues to remain busy with mentoring many startups and advising organizations, universities on many issues of business interest. He writes regularly on international relations in Indian print media and participates in discussions on TV channels. He has participated in many international conferences on geostrategic security and defense issues. Mr. Parthasarathi graduated as a mechanical engineer in 1974 from Mysore University and served as an executive engineer with a major PSU in Bangalore till 1980. During this period, he also earned an MBA degree in international marketing and a postgraduate diploma in industrial management from Bangalore University in India. He was the head of the Gulf Division in the Ministry of External Affairs, and he has also served in Syria. He has served in different capacities in the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs in New Delhi. He has published 2 books, The Reluctant Assassin, a fictional thriller published in Delhi in January 2005. The Legend of Ayodhya, Princess in Korea, a fictional novel linking the ancient history of India and Korea. On a final note, he is a fascinating individual, and we thank you for being the chief guest for today's virtual conference, sir. We fully appreciate you finding the time to be with us despite your busy schedule. Your presence underscores the seriousness for enhancing quality of higher education. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation.
Thank you.
I now request the chief guest of today's event, His Excellency Shri Parthasarathi N, diplomat and former ambassador to Korea, to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to everyone. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you, Sri T.N. Ravi Prakash ji, Honorary Secretary of RES and Chairman SAISP, for your kind words. And thank you also, Ms. Divya, for introducing me. Sometimes I was looking backwards saying that maybe you're saying something additional about somebody else. But thank you. Sri T.N. Ravi Prakash ji, Dr. Ramesh S., Shri Suhas Bagalkotkar, Dr. Sandeep Nair, and CMA Ravindranath Kaushik. And more importantly, all the professors, teachers of the college and the students who are going to participate in the seminar. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. And I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shailaja M., principal of the college, and Mr. Murthy, who has been a dear friend, for making me share this event with you to say a few words. It's a pleasure for me to be here to share my thoughts on the subject of global perspectives on business, entrepreneurship development, and technology with students who are going to be leading various businesses and technology ventures tomorrow. As you all are aware, today we live in an interconnected world. I'm sure you all have WhatsApp. Within seconds, you can call anyone across the world. The digital and internet revolution has removed all borders, and now the whole world is available to you as an accessible market, entire world. You only need to know how to explore such opportunities. Today, although many of us are located in different places, we all are able to meet on this Zoom platform, virtual platform. Just before COVID, that's maybe a couple of years ago, not many had heard of Zoom platform. Can you believe today it is a $35 billion company? So this is the opportunity that's available globally today with the technology and also the changing scenario. Last time I was in the US attending a meeting, I was not convinced by the argument or justification provided by one of the participants' managers for not meeting the target. I wanted to say something probably a little harsh to him, but I got an alert on my smartwatch. It read, "Please calm down, your BP is going up." My watch was constantly measuring my pulse, BP, oxygen level, cholesterol level, and various other things. And some process center in Bangalore was monitoring it on real-time basis and sent me an alert saying that I should calm down. See, the technology has changed all our lives in ways we never imagined even a few years ago. Today, you need to stay up to date with emerging trends in business. Many business owners tend to overlook this and practically end up losing their business. Do you remember Nokia? Do you remember BlackBerry? In fact, if you go back 15 years ago, these used to be the largest players in the world in the mobile market. But today, they are not there. So it is very essential for all of you to continuously, constantly keep understanding the trend, the new trends that are developing. The totally unexpected COVID-19 pandemic has accentuated the use of technology, even in countries like India, and brought various changes in the way business is done. Just last year, experts predicted all over the world that the global economy may suffer negative growth for many, many years, and many even compared it to the Great Depression in the 1930s. You may not believe it. Since the COVID pandemic, global e-commerce sales are expected to reach over $4.2 trillion and account for a massive 16.2% of the total retail sales in the world. So this is a global business. While everybody is predicting the doomsday, but things are growing up. Let me try to make you familiar with the latest trends in the industry, such as in digital economy, network marketing, franchising, and many more. Let us start by looking at the global scenario in big data analysis, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, and the emerging trends in e-commerce. You know all about the digital economy. It means to take all your economic transactions online. It is also known as the internet economy or the web economy, and includes businesses such as e-business, e-commerce, and various other things. As you know, the technology is gaining momentum by the day, and it has become inevitable for every one of us to embrace the digital economy to survive and thrive. BPOs and KPOs, you know already, for almost 20 years back, we already had the business process outsourcing centers, and Bangalore has been one of the most popular one for setting up such centers. And this has become a large, huge industry now, and it has a significant impact on our global economy. Large businesses, particularly in high-cost economies, prefer to outsource their business process work to third parties in different countries, and India has been one of the main beneficiaries in this, to cut down their costs and increase their profit margins. Similarly, knowledge process outsourcing, or KPO, means outsourcing of different business tasks related to analysis, information, such as analysis, consultancy, research, etc. Scientists, engineers, doctors, and many other experts from the dedicated workforce, and they undertake such tasks at lower costs and avoid the long-term responsibility to the company outsourcing such work. In fact, there are companies who do not have the human workforce to conduct such specific tasks, or there are companies who do not want to have such specialized workforce on a long term on their roles, and they tend to outsource such work. And India, once again, is better placed to undertake such work and provide services and research at a much lower cost. This is a great opportunity for India and Indians, which you should be looking for. And of course, the e-commerce. E-commerce has, in the last few years, e-commerce, which essentially means that buying and selling of goods over the internet, you can deliver your products right to the doorsteps of the customer, which you are seeing during the COVID period. Currently, there are several emerging players such as Amazon, Flipkart, and many of these people offer a lot of convenience to their customers. You can just place your order and it is delivered to the place of work or place at your home, anywhere that you are interested at the shortest time. If you are interested in establishing a business in the future, you must now be aware of the emerging trends in the e-commerce. Mobile commerce, this is yet another thing. Mobile commerce is fast growing trend in e-commerce industry. These days, most people like to shop online using their mobile phones, and the mobile commerce provides ease of access to customers and the products are delivered at home. If you have a mobile phone, you don't even need your credit cards or debit cards anymore. You can transact business using RuPay, Google Pay, or through online banking. You can transfer as much of money as you want just using your mobile phone. So this has become something which every businessman has to understand so that they gain customers and they deliver services to their satisfaction. The next one is called the network marketing. This network marketing is one of the best emerging trends in the business environment in recent times. Manufacturers rely on the distributors and the sub-distributors to form an efficient network or chain of delivering products to their customers. Such a network will enable you to reach a huge number of customers, and also it will help you in increasing your sales. Yet another thing which you will be aware of it is called franchising. Way back in Bangalore itself, they started darshinis, the small restaurants similar to McDonald's or this Burger Kings and things like that. So franchising is another emerging trend which is growing to do your business, to expand your business. In fact, it mainly involves in providing your business rights to or license to somebody, a third party called a franchisee, and he will conduct the business on your behalf and you will set it up and he will run it for you. And they would pay you a franchisee fee, either based on the total turnover or on a monthly or yearly basis. So this has become, I think, the best example in a way you can see is that there is something called a Saravana group of hotels. They started in Chennai and suddenly you can see everywhere in the world you will get a Saravana group. You are sure that you can go and get a dosa from them. The next trend which you should be aware in globally, which has become very popular, is called aggregation. Aggregation is one of the fast growing trends. Is a way to combine all the information available on a particular issue in the single place. It will provide the convenience to people who are searching for any specific product or the service. For example, you have seen the Uber, Ola, or Airbnb, etc. All these are aggregators who, without owning either a single car or without a single real estate property, they provide assured facilities to millions of customers. These are all now multi-billion-dollar businesses. So these you cannot ignore. If you have to do business, you will have to understand how these things are done, how this aggregator is growing by the day. So as you will all agree, this COVID-19 pandemic, which we all suffered, has practically changed the way we live. And the cutting-edge technologies are increasingly used to improve businesses and provide more facilities at lower cost to the customers. I believe you need to be ready for the following to succeed, which you have all experienced in the last 1.5 years. One is work from home. The lockdown restrictions over several months due to COVID has made it inevitable for companies to make their employees work from home. For some companies such as TCS, this has proved to be effective and are continuing this even after the COVID is over or almost over. It also saves a lot of time on commuting to the employees to workplace and back. Rent, maintenance charges, electricity charges, and many other savings are there. So they prefer to get the work done from home. But for many others, this was not ideal because of security issues, office equipment problems, and also mental health, etc. So this is a balance somebody has to draw and see whether how far they can effectively use work from home mechanism. This is not feasible probably where physical activities are there in a central place where manufacturing takes place. But work from home is going to be here. Workations where people can go and stay in reasonable resorts for months and then they work from there. So they also have work and also have vacation. These are all the things, new things which are catching up. And every day there is some new business idea that comes up, which you will have to explore it and then adapt it to yourself, which is very essential. You cannot ignore these things. And more importantly, you will realize data about people, their buying habits, where they are located, where they move around. These have become great assets in the recent times. Simple apps, can you believe, like TikTok, WhatsApp, Facebook, they provide you free services, but at the same time, even good morning messages that you send every day, they basically used to collect a lot of user data. They will know every few minutes where you are located, what you are doing, and then what you like, what you dislike, and everything. And have you wondered that even a simple app like which provides you in the evening on your mobile the short news items, they want access to your contacts, phone calls, SMS messages, and your location. What are they doing? They are just collecting a variety of data, and through cloud platform, they can access data from anywhere. Big data collection, analysis, cloud computing, these have become very important to gauge the likes, intentions, and buying habits, etc. of all of you, so that will help their decision making and their what products they can sell it to. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are inevitable and invaluable tools in data analysis today. And these help in drawing conclusions to influence you, to manipulate the customers in decision making, so that whatever you need, you may not know that you need it, but they will see that before you know what you need, they conclude what is probably that you need. Then the next thing is very, very important, not just now, but for a long time, but which has gathered momentum, is called inventions. For example, while inventions such as smartphones, when Steve Jobs came out with the smartphone, these definitely help companies to gain advantage and generate huge businesses, new businesses. But a large increase in business across the globe mainly comes not from this innovations, but innovation in business models. For example, as the COVID pandemic spread across the globe, business, particularly dealing with tourism, hospitality, and event management, they suffered very, very seriously. Only those who reacted quickly and innovated their business models, they survived. And they are also thriving now. For example, take Swiggy, Dunzo, Zomato. You had probably not heard of it a few years ago, but these are the few examples of innovative process business models. And the restaurants who quickly adapted to changes, they managed to survive and do well. So such innovations will continue to drive businesses in the coming years also. And please do understand, it is not just the inventions, but the business model innovation is going to be very, very important. You just look at the way banking is done today. It's completely changed in the last few years. So these are the business model innovations are very, very important for all of you to know. And I'm sure during the course of the next 2 days, you will discuss various options that are available in this area. And the next one that is there, automation was always there. It was always important. But the COVID pandemic and related movement of thousands of immigrant workers, they not only depicted their suffering, but they also showed that difficulty of getting appropriate, suitable labor at the right time for various services. So hence, the speed of using technology to take people out of the process and replace it by automation has gathered momentum. It has not only resulted in greater automation in manufacturing, but the warehouses, vehicles, and various other gadgets, applications can talk to each other now, and they can respond to the customers automatically. You have heard of the Internet of Things. This is changing the way how billions of gadgets interact with each other on their own and automatically respond to the requirements, thus eliminating human interface. You don't need a human interaction. If your refrigerator already 2 bottles of milk are emptied, automatically talks and the 2 bottles are ordered, and the departmental stores make sure that that is already delivered to your house. So it is like the internet, the entire thing is changing globally. Doctors, lawyers, and other such professionals, now they are being assisted in identifying proper action to be taken by artificial intelligence and the resources they have. And robots can perform highly precise and sensitive operations. So tomorrow is you are going to see the technology and the gadgets talking between themselves, avoiding a lot of human intervention. And this is what you will have to get ready to accept and adopt in your businesses. One of the things that is posing a little problem during this period is financing of the startups. As you are aware, because of this disruption of economy during COVID, and also because of the demonetization that took place in India, the capital markets still remain nervous. The public sector banks, even though offering lower interest rates, are awash with funds now, but they hesitate to fund the startups and various other business who are trying to expand their business. So at this scenario, the best thing that can happen for people who are doing business is to find new avenues like crowdfunding. Crowdfunding has become a fairly popular thing because it is each one funds you a smaller amounts, but a large number of people fund your project. So this is one quick means of raising funding for any startup or any of your projects. This has become popular. Cryptocurrencies and NFTs, this is called the non-fungible tokens. So these are all the new varieties of things which have come up, how you can raise funds. So these new methods of funding have become more and popular, and these are going to stay here. So it is very essential for you to understand and utilize such opportunities to raise funds for your business so that you are not starved of funds, or some of the great ideas that you are trying to use for your startup is not going to die down just because you are unable to raise funds. That is very important for you, and you should ensure that you raise adequate funds. Then one more thing that happened, which is going to happen again because of the COVID, or it has started before, but it increased during the COVID pandemic period. Thanks to COVID, as you are aware, malls and various stores, they closed, and people were hesitant to go out of their houses because of the threat of infection. Sometimes you could not even just go. So the companies used digital technology to provide services and user experiences at your home. For example, Specsavers, you can use an app from them and you can try out how different specs frames suit to you. So you can just virtually wear it and see which is suitable, and then you can order it. Similarly, makeup for the women, the makeup, you can sit at your home and try the makeup, whether the lipstick or this or that. You can try it out, and whichever that suits you best, that you can order. And already the outfits, even the garments that you're going to use. So they can measure your this thing and then identify, and you can practically virtually wear it. And once it is done, the suitable size and the type of costume that you order can be delivered at your home. So this is going to increase this virtual experience and virtual, platforms that they give you. So that is going to increase. So that is one way of increasing your business, improving your business. You should be, ready to understand. One more thing this COVID brought out is, once the COVID started, globally, suddenly people started disruption in their supply chains. And they also understood to a considerable extent how most of them were dependent on China for the supply of manufactured goods, because China has become the supplier of the manufactured goods to the world. So once the suspicion grew that the virus was probably coming from China, people started getting worried that they will have disruption in the supply chains, and also they genuinely wanted to shift out manufacturing bases from China to either locally or to better countries such as India, where they can do this thing. So that is why I think India has a tremendous opportunity to welcome some of these investments for manufacturing processes and also for some certain service related issues. So India should be ready, should get ready, so that in this modified way of looking at the supply chain management, India could become a major beneficiary, and where you all can play a role in that. Then one of the other things which is very important in my mind is that just now leaders are still attending, of the major countries are attending what you call the COP26, that's a Conference of Parties on the Climate Change in Glasgow. So, and India is the only country which has made a declaration that India will become net zero by 2070. That means the carbon emissions and the carbon absorptions, that will be zero in that. It's a bold statement they have made. But what is important is that you are all seeing, I mean, every day it may be rains, it may be flooding. You are all seeing the impact of climate change that across the world, heavy rains and flooding are resulting in because of the climate change. So hence environment-related issues, that we have to live a planet which is sustainable to the next generation, that is gaining momentum, and younger generation are aware of it in a greater way. And this environment-related activities, whether it is products, whether it is services, etc., these are going to generate trillions of dollars of business in the future. More importantly, the younger generation which is aware, they would like to work with companies, businesses, which deal with a sustainable planet or environment-related issues. So this is one area which most of you should be well aware that this is going to be the focus, and most of you are going to do the work. One last thing I would like to mention, I think it's almost half an hour I've taken, is that social media. Today, somebody asked, what is life? And they said, the spare time that's available after your Facebook and WhatsApp and Instagram, that's life. So what is happening is this, your social media is influencing everybody, connecting everybody on real-time basis, practically every minute of the day. So as college students, you are well aware that mobile phones being so important, all this social media not only provides you information, but mainly gathers information, tries to influence you and to do everything. So there are social influencers, they are experts. They are meant only to use this social media just to promote products, promote services, or to change the opinion or manipulate the opinion. So this is social media influencers, and influence has become very, very important to you. So this is something which every one of you to be aware, and not only be aware, but use this social media for promoting your businesses and services, which are very, very essential. And the reach that the social media provides and the cost, minimum cost at which it provides, is something which you all should understand. So what used to be the business environment only a few years ago has changed tremendously now. It is not only the changes, but the speed with which such changes are taking place is very important. Either you keep up with the speed or the trends, or your business is likely to perish. This is something which you should understand very seriously. There's a lot of information out there. In fact, there is a data explosion on a daily basis. It is for you to use the data to extract information. You should extract information from the data. And then from that information, you have to gather knowledge. From information, you have to gather knowledge. And after gathering knowledge, it is much more important for you to imbibe that knowledge and to understand what is called wisdom. Once you get wisdom, then you are in the business. This is to say, knowledge is to know that tomato is a fruit. But the wisdom is to know that you should not put that fruit in the fruit salad. I hope I have tried to, I know it is not something new I have been trying to tell you, most of it that you are aware of it, but I'm only trying to draw the attention to essential things that are very important for the future business. And as future business leaders, you should be aware of it. I wish all of you success in gaining knowledge and understanding the wisdom so that you can thrive in the business world of tomorrow. I wish the conference every success and hope the participants would emerge wiser after this two-day conference. And once again, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. All the very best.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights on global trends and changing scenario on business front. I deem it an honor to request our respected principal, Dr. Shailaja M., to share her views on the occasion.
Namaste and good morning everyone present here. Season's greetings from the management of Rajajinagar Education Society and Sri Aurobindo Group of Institutions. Honorable Chief Guest and today's keynote speaker, dignitaries, invited speakers, dear teaching and student fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to take this opportunity to thank you all for honoring our invitation to be a part of this two-day international webinar, Invictus, with the topic Global Perspectives on Business, Entrepreneurship, Development and Technology, a multidisciplinary approach. To meet the challenges of the changing global scenario, our institution started Institutions Innovation Cell, which encourages and trains the young students and faculty to emerge as successful entrepreneurs. As a part of this initiative, under the changing global scenario, we have been conducting various programs, and as a part of this initiative, under the auspices of Sri Aurobindo Innovation and Entrepreneurship Council, we have organized this event, and I'm really happy to have the participants, speakers, dignitaries, and student fraternity joining us in a large number from across the country, across the globe. Well, I said we have named it as Invictus. As Ravi Prakash sir mentioned, Invictus means unconquerable or undefeatable. At this juncture, I can only appeal everyone who is participating in this webinar, and of course, I want each and every one of you to spread the same thing. I just want to appeal that we all have to pace towards, strive towards what exactly Swami Vivekananda said. Swami Vivekananda, you all know that Swami stated that arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is attained, till we reach the goal. Dear young friends, dear dignitaries, please see to it that you work hard. You just move towards this. Well, our honorable keynote speaker and chief guest of the occasion has, in a very simple and effective way, presented many facts We are indeed indebted to you, sir, for the excellent presentation from your side. I'm sure the youth has got values, lot of input from this. Well, we are indeed privileged to have few more speakers who have joined us across the globe. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all our special speakers who are with us today. And I would also like to just mention their names. And we have almost all the speakers, all the panelists here who have joined us for the inauguration. I would like to welcome, at the same time, thank everyone who is with us today. To mention a few, I would extend special welcome. That's what I say. Welcome and gratitude goes together from my side, from the side of the institution. Rotarian Shika Ecolist, Madam has joined around 9:45, even before that. It's 4 o'clock there. I got to know that it's 4 o'clock there, ma'am. Thanks a lot. We appreciate your commitment. Mr. Jens is also with us today, and Mr. Vadirat sir. And we also have on board Mr. Rajgopal, Dr. Subramanya, and Mr. Naukatu. I think I have pronounced it properly. So we have Mohan sir, ACN Murthy, Jagdish Nayak, His Excellency C.S. Prakash, Raman Gujral sir, and other special invitees who have joined us today. We are indeed blessed to have such a wonderful forum, wonderful guests. So I just have one small thing. Dear participants, teaching and student fraternity, please record, register, implement whatever our speakers are trying to disseminate today. So you have heard our honorable chief guest telling us the difference between knowledge, knowing, and knowledge. See, he has told you what exactly this knowledge is. So try to get the best of it. Record, let me repeat, register and implement. Move ahead with all success, my dear youngsters. You are the strong pillars of the country. You have a goal. Try to reach the benchmark, and to help you achieve this, we have organized this webinar, which is going to be really a rewardable one. Get the best out of it, take the best home. I hope, rather I would say, I wish the participants a very rewardable sessions ahead. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. Namaskar.
Ma'am, you are in fact the guiding force behind all the activities of degree and post-graduation unit of Sri Aurobindo College throughout the year. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable words. No matter what language you speak, a kind and smiling thank you always speaks to everyone's heart. I now request Srimati Vijay Lakshmi, Assistant Professor, Department of English, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Divya. Good morning, everyone. Call it gratitude, naman, or namana. All of it reverberates a sincere thank you from the bottom of our hearts. I, Vijaya Lakshmi, from the Department of English, consider it a privilege and honor to convey this essence on behalf of everyone at Sri Aurobindo College, Mahalakshmipuram, Bengaluru. My heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker, His Excellency Shri Parthasarathi Enser, Diplomat and former Ambassador to South Korea, for blessing us with his invaluable time to support, enrich, and inspire us. Thank you, Your Excellency. A special thank you to Shri T.N. Ravi Prakash Sir, Honorable Secretary, Rajajinagar Education Society, for being a powerful guiding force and pillar of strength at Sri Aurobindo College. Thank you, sir. A sincere, heartfelt thank you to all the members of the management at Rajajinagar Education Society for the opportunity bestowed upon us to host Invictus, a two-day international virtual conference on global perspectives on business, entrepreneurship development, and technology in association with Internal Quality Assurance Cell and Institutions Innovation Council. Thank you, Shri Ramesh Chandra Hongal sir, Joint Secretary, Rajajinagar Education Society, and Shri Srinivas Purohit sir, Member Academics, Rajajinagar Education Society, for gracing this occasion. A warm thank you to Dr. Shailaja ma'am, Principal Sri Aurobindo College. Ma'am has been ever inspiring and highly motivating. Thank you for taking such keen interest in all aspects of this conference, ma'am. My sincere gratitude to CS Dr. Tyagarajan R.V. sir and Rotarian Shri A.C.N. Murthy sir for their involvement and guidance in shaping this event from its conceptual stage. Wherever you gentlemen, thank you. I would like to now thank our webinar partners, Rotrac, Fidrox, Gram Vikas, and Pushpa, the knowledge partner, Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, the academic partner, Primax Foundation. Thank you all for your valuable contribution. My sincere thanks to all the delegates and participants across the globe, teaching and non-teaching staff members, technical support team, coordinators, and student volunteers. I thank Srimati Divya, Faculty BCA Department, for comparing the inauguration program of Invictus. With deep reverence to the Almighty for all the benevolence received, Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a request for you all to kindly rise for the college anthem, Aurobindo Gite, penned by Dr. S. Jayalakshmi, a revered Sanskrit faculty member at Sri Aurobindo College. I request Dr. Sangeeta Kakandaki ma'am and her team to render the college anthem.
जय हे अरबिंदो गुरु चरण के नमना जय हे ममता मई माते तव चरण के नमना अरबिंदो तत्व पालिसुवा सत्यद पथदलि मुन्नडेवा अरबिंदो तत्व पालिसुवा सत्यद पथदलि मुन्नडेवा जय हे अरबिंदो गुरु चरण के नमना ಬೆಳಗಿಸುವ ಆತ್ಮಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯವ ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ವರ್ಧಿಸುವ ನಾಡಿನ ಹಿರಿಮೆಯ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸುವ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಅರಬಿಂದೋ ಗುರು ಚರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಮನ. ದೇಶದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ರಕ್ಷಿಸುವ ಅಭಿಮಾನದ ಕೆಚ್ಚು ಪಸರಿಸುವ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದೇ ಎನ್ನುತ್ತ ಬೆಳೆಯುವ ಉತ್ತಮ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳ ರೂಪಿಸುವ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಅರಬಿಂದೋ ಗುರು ಚರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಮನ. ಮೌಲ್ಯಾಧಾರಿತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವ ನೀಡುವೆನೆಂದು ಪಣ ತೊಡುವ ಗಾಂಧಿಯ ಕನಸಿನ ಭಾರತವ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸುವ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಅರಬಿಂದೋ ಗುರು ಚರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಮನ. ಜಯ ಹೇ ಮಮತಾ ಮಯಿ ಮಾತೆ ತವ ಚರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಮನ. तव चरण के नमना, तव चरण के नमना.
Thank you, ma'am. We shall have a small tea break and exactly meet at 11:30 a.m. for the technical sessions. I request all the participants not to log out. Thank you all. Thank you. Participants, we will have paper presentation session at 4 o'clock. So please get ready. Hello? Hello? Am I audible? Yes. Can I start? I request all the faculty members to kindly take their seats as we would be starting the technical session shortly. Good morning, all. Hope I'm audible. Everything is fine. Put your phones on silent mode. Good morning, one and all. Education is fundamental for achieving full human potential, developing an equitable society, and promoting national development. With quickly changing employment landscape and global ecosystem, it is becoming increasingly critical that children not only learn, but more importantly, learn how to learn. Education thus must move towards less content and more towards learning about how to critically think and solve problems. The purpose of education system is to develop good human beings capable of rational thought and action. I take the privilege to welcome you all to the first technical session of the International Conference, Global Perspectives on Business, Entrepreneurship, Development, and Technology. This session would focus on women entrepreneurship, trends and challenges in doing global business, trends and opportunities in artificial intelligence and machine learning. It's a great honor and privilege for me to welcome and introduce the moderator of this session, Shri ACN Murthy Sir, Managing Partner, Samriddhi Business Solutions, Management Consultant and Advisor. Rotarian Sri ACN Murthy Sir is a seasoned management professional with over 28 years of corporate experience in senior positions at reputed MNCs, namely Bosch, Toyota, Videocon, Tyco Electronics, etc. He is a former managing director of Danish MNC, Danish Steel Cluster in Bengaluru. He is currently an entrepreneur and a management consultant offering advisory services to corporates and industries. Sir is an active member of Rotary International and currently the Director of International Service for Rotary District 3190. He is an honorary director of Czech Business Incubator, which provides support for startups from Czech Republic. Also an advisor to several educational institutions on management and policy matters, and serving as a director on the boards of many public and private limited companies, and also as managing trustee for several NGOs. I wish to express my gratitude to Shri ACN Murthy Sir for his minute-to-minute guidance and support and for providing encouragement at every point of time in the organization of this virtual conference. Thank you very much, Murthy Sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Divya, for that wonderful introduction. It's my pleasure and privilege to invite everybody for this first technical session, where we have three eminent speakers who are part of the first session here today. So let me take the privilege of first introducing all the three eminent speakers and the subject which they are going to talk. Then we'll take it to the next level. To start with, we have Rotarian Shika Akolatse. Could you just make it full screen? Yes, she has joined from the city of Accra, from the Republic of Ghana. As you can see on the screen, she is a country director of an organization called Enablers Entrepreneurial Network, operating out of Republic of Ghana. She has a lot of experience in entrepreneurship, MSME development, training and management, etc. in both Ghana and the Republic of Tanzania. She has won several awards in assisting emerging entrepreneurs. She is also known to me as a Rotarian, and she has been the past assistant governor of the Rotary activities in Ghana. She is also a committed member of Rotary International and a faculty member of Rotary Leadership Institute in Ghana, a very eminent and an excellent speaker. Welcome to you, Rotarian Shika. Thank you for joining. And for all the viewers and the participants in this call, she is on a 5.5 hours behind time zone compared to India. When we had the morning inaugural session, it was almost like about 4 a.m. in the morning for her. She took the efforts to join our inauguration session at 4 a.m. in the morning, and now it is 6 o'clock in the morning, and at 6 a.m. she is already in the office. That shows the amount of commitment she has demonstrated. She really deserves a round of applause. Thank you, Shika Madam, for joining. Next, please. Then we have our another eminent speaker. You may find it a little difficult to pronounce his name. He is Mr. Jens Strohschneider. He is basically a German national. He works for a multinational company operating out of Moscow in Russia. As you can see his profile, he is the chief commercial officer at a company called Omnicom International in Moscow. He has a wide experience in managing basically international business. That is what the expertise that we have asked him to share with us today. And he is also in charge of managing business in India. So he has an office in Bangalore. So he has got a fair amount of knowledge of India and Indian conditions. He has done his MA degree in Eastern European Studies and International Relationships from the University of Constance, Germany. That was in 2001. And he has got experience in telecommunications, and he has been a business professional with a long track record, as you can see, with IoT, LBS, IMS, etc. on a global scale. I'm sure it would be a great pleasure for all of us to listen to Jens Strohschneider. Currently, he is driving, so he has requested that he would be joining our meeting in about 10 minutes' time. So we will listen to him towards the end. Thank you, Jens, for joining, and once again, warm welcome to you. Next slide, please. We have another, our local expert from Bangalore, another very young and charismatic person, Mr. Vadiraj Mutya. I didn't believe when I read his profile that he has got 28 years of experience. He looks like someone who has just passed out of the college. He is an executive director with Deloitte Digital India Consulting. As you can see his profile, his primary area of expertise is in artificial intelligence, machine learning, data engineering, digital transformation, digital experience and engineering, closer to 3 decades of experience in IT industry, and a very impressive track record. He has managed about more than 150 clients so far in probably every part of the world. You can see US, Europe, India, Middle East, and he has graduated from Mysore and also studied in Stanford. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Vadraj, and I'm sure you would be enlightening all of us with your experience in artificial intelligence and machine learning. Thank you for joining. I would like to go through now the first session. we would like to start with artificial intelligence and machine learning. Vadiraj, followed by our Shika Akolatse, and lastly, we'll be listening to Jens Roschneider. Let me give a little background into the first topic. Today, it is really hard to imagine a life without artificial intelligence and machine learning. These are behind the scenes to impact our everyday life. We all used to think it's only in gaming, but today it is started impacting us in every possible way. Whether we are reading our emails, we are getting our driving instructions in a car, or we get a music or a movie recommendation while doing web searching, etc. Starting from this to a driverless car or a self-parking vehicle to smart homes, artificial intelligence and machine learning is everywhere. In fact, AI and ML are considered as biggest innovations since the microchip. AI used to be a fanciful concept from a science fiction in our earlier days, but today it has become a daily reality. Some people say the previous industrial revolution, which we studied in our schools, this harnessed physical and mechanical strength. But this new revolution will harness mental and our cognitive abilities. One day, I'm sure computer will not only replace manual labor, this will probably also replace our mental labor also. How will this all happen? Or is it already started happening? We have many questions in our mind. So let's listen to our expert, Mr. Vadiraj Mutya, on what he has got to say about artificial intelligence, machine learning, how it is impacting us. And I have also requested him that since it is largely student and teaching faculties, he will also touch base about the opportunities in artificial intelligence and machine learning if people want to pursue career in those areas. Over to you, Mr. Vadiraj. His presentation slide, please. Sir, you are able to hear me?
Yes, absolutely. I can hear you
Yes,
very
sir.
well.
Over to you, sir. Now the stage is yours. We have
Thank
about
you.
20 minutes for you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Murthy. Can you hear me okay? My audio is coming through well?
Yes, it is very clear. Audio, video, both clear, sir.
Awesome. So, okay, the slide is coming up. Okay, this is fantastic. And first of all, before we start, I want to thank all of you, the organizing team and the institution, for inviting me for this session. So it always a good pleasure to connect with the students and the faculty while we continue to do a lot of work in the industry. And I look forward to this kind of opportunities where I not only share their experience, but it's an opportunity to kind of inspire others to pursue what they really like in the specific area. So thank you very much for that one. So what I will do, I really saw some of the students who are BCA and BCom. I want to set the level here, saying that see, there was a time when some of these topics were considered as only engineering in nature, but the things have moved so fast and so elegantly played that it doesn't matter whether you're an engineering graduate. I have had colleagues who have done MBBS and switched to something which is in the technology. So especially this particular area, which I'm going to talk today, AI and ML, it's a level playing field. That means all of us are in the same the table when it comes to grasping and learning the various tenets and the various aspects of the artificial intelligence and machine learning. Okay, there you go. We have a spell mistake in the very first slide. Okay, so let's keep going to the next one. See what I will do in the next 20 minutes. So Murthy sir, I would request you to give me probably a 3-minute warning if I'm going past the scheduled time. I want to be respectful of other the speakers also. And I do have a tendency of talking a lot because it's a fascinating subject, and hopefully I should be able to leave some important messages to all of you. Okay, so what I will do in the next 15 minutes or so, I will give you the view of what is and why the artificial intelligence is so prominent today, right? And why it is going to continue to be of prominence in the next decade or so, right? And what are the basic tenets of artificial intelligence, right? Why does it even exist? And more importantly, what's the state of maturity when it comes to all of you to pursue this as an option, right? So because if it is already a very, very mature stage, do you have an opportunity to invest your time and energy to learn new, or where does it stand? So I'll give you some perspective on where's the state of play at this point in time. Okay. Now, if you want to the next slide, please. See, anything which is if it has to catch his attention, right, in terms of the prominence, the way AI and ML has caught in the last the few years. The only reason it becomes a trend, the only reason it becomes from a hype to a trend is it has to create a value, right? So AI, it can actually create the value in multiple different ways. I'll walk you through some of the examples in the subsequent slide. But more importantly, if it can actually increase the productivity of the workers, if I can do something faster by using artificial intelligence, and if I can create a new business value by going into new markets and creating a new businesses, right? And that's where it starts getting the attention from all the business, the folks, and also it gets attention from the people like you who wants to learn, who wants to be part of it, right? And why it has become so prominent in the last decade or so, right? Three reasons, right? One is the infrastructure and the speed and the scale has really accelerated significantly. When I say infrastructure, see, the computing power is almost doubling every 18 months. What used to be the computing power in a laptop a few years back is everything is available in the phone today, right? And with so many of people are interacting, with so many people having conversations and the social interactions, obviously that is resulting in a huge number of data sets, right? So all of us from morning to evening, when we interact, when we do commerce, right? So we are generating the data and somebody is storing the data, and those data can be effectively used in a particular way, right? And added to that, the algorithms have matured. The AI algorithms, which is not only doing a very prescriptive thing, saying that do things from 1 to 10 in a sequential order. Now, today, it has an ability to listen, learn, improve, right? And combination of these three things, the computing power, innumerable amount of the data which is being generated, and the sophistication of an algorithm, all three of them actually has created a value, and it has a potential to create a value, business value, for the next 10 years to come. Okay? Let's look at how does it happen, right? So if you really go to the next slide, please. If you really have to look at mathematically what the artificial intelligence really means is, so it is nothing but augmenting the humans, right, with additional insights. And it's a composite practice. When I say it's a composite practice, it involves many concepts and technologies coming together. Unfortunately, a lot of them are used interchangeably these days. But whenever somebody talks about an artificial intelligence system, think of it as a combination of several of these things. Can you please stay back in the previous slide? Yeah. Okay. So it could be a machine learning. It could be the way the natural language processing is done, right? And the way the computer vision is actually the simulated, and how the RPA, the robotic process automation, is done, and how the deep learning is implemented, and how the neural networks are coming into place. So it could be the combination of all these three things, but the purpose is it has to augment the humans with additional set of intelligence. Oftentimes there are thought and there are questions, right? And there are discussions. AI, is it going to replace something? Is it going to replace human beings? Remember the word augmentation. It actually augments our capability, which means it complements the human capability by combination of the several things which you see on the screen, right? Now, if this has to be represented mathematically, go to the next slide, please. So it's not a true mathematical an equation, but symbolically, if you have to understand the concept of the AI from four different dimensions, right? So the first thing is the core essential is the data, ability to gather and collect all the information that is available. Today, Google does a fantastic job of that. And a lot of the big companies actually collect the data in a really massive way, right? And combining that with the machine intelligence, which is ability to think and act. So you program in such a way that it'll keep performing certain things the way it is actually described. The example would be the predictive maintenance part of it. The behavioral intelligence, which is the next set of evolution, which is, let's be curious about what this kind of data and what kind of insights this data is generating, and the ability to configure the machine in such a way that it starts actually grasping some of the intelligence on its own, right? And the fourth and the most the important thing is probably it is unlimited potential, is what are some of the undiscovered abilities? Because I'll tell you, nobody knew that an AI engine or an AI machine can automatically write a story, or it can automatically compose a music. So that was probably undiscovered ability, but today it's a possibility, right? So if you combine the ability to observe the data and add the machine intelligence on the top of it, and ability to sense and judge some of the behavior intelligence, and look for really untapped the potential, this is the landscape of artificial intelligence. It is a lot of complex variable, but it can actually stay for a foreseeable future for at least next 20 to 30 years. Okay. Now, what are those possibilities? Let's look at the real examples on where this can be really applied today, and what is the future from that perspective. You can move on to the next slide, please. Okay. So opportunities. The main topic today is what's an opportunity for AI and ML, right? It has to enable something. It has to create a value. So let's look at it from 5 different dimensions on where the value creation can happen, where the opportunity lies for all of you to really learn and contribute. The first part is an intelligent automation. What it means is, take for example, processing of an invoice, processing of a bill in any business, right? So it's very repeatable in nature. So somebody is actually sitting in front of the desk and he's doing it on a regular basis. That can completely be automated. That's the first stage of applying, actually enabling the human intelligence, right? Just assist in doing those things automatically. The second one is hyper intelligent insights. So the best example for hyper intelligent insights is, I don't know how many of you know that if you go to in the trading world where a lot of the equity trading happens today, there are a lot of bots which are created that automatically look at the pattern in the market, and it places an order, and it follows through the various the configuration, and it executes the order, and it exits the order by the end of the day. And it looks at the pattern, and the ability to really look at the intelligent insight and executing an order. This is the classical example of an hyper intelligent insight driven the system, right? The third one is, how do you really transform the engagement, right? The best example for this one is voice assisted charts. For example, you call someone you call Apple or any of the very advanced organizations in the world. It's possible that most of the conversation you had is probably with the bot, right? And how does that happen? Because it happens through significant amount of data collection, the training, and going through the similar set of question and answers, right? And absolutely no the human interventions. The basic questions are automatically answered by the bots, right? So this is actually enhancing an engagement with the customer, right? So you don't know who is talking, but you're getting the value, right? And artificial intelligence fueling the innovation. What Netflix did a few years back. Netflix started as a DVD rental company, but today they're the largest the content company, which is completely run by AI engines. Anytime you watch something on the Netflix or anytime you buy something in Amazon, it has a recommendation engine, and recommendation engine is highly powered by a very sophisticated artificial intelligence algorithms, right? And it is customized automatically for you. It starts giving the recommendation for kind of programs which you have to you are probably interested to see. That's and this will continue to be there in the future in other the areas also. And the last and the most important thing is how do you protect an organization? How do you protect an individual from the fraud, right? So forensics is one of the areas which is getting a lot of attention, because technology, there is a flip side of an advancements in the technology that people use it for wrong purposes. And there are other set of the folks who are experts which are required in the industry today, right? Who can not only sense it, but also do forensic analysis in terms of how did it happen. I'll tell you, if you go and check with the police station in any of the police station in Bangalore, you look at amount of the cases that is recorded against the scamsters, right? Somebody called someone, they gave the OTP, and they took the money away from the vulnerable customers. But even today, there is no easy way to prevent it upfront. There is no easy way to really trace it back and get the money back from the fraudsters, right? So there's a lot of areas where significant amount of work can be done in this area, this space, right? So these are some of the 5 areas where significant value can be created: intelligent automation, insights, experience enhancement, innovation, and making sure that the trust and the security is in place, right? Now, if I have to simplify this in 3 different areas, if you go to the next the slide, this is far more easy to understand, right? So look at any of the AI initiatives from the perspective of 3 layers, 3 levels, right? One is horizon 1 and 2 and 3. The first one is an assisted intelligence, right? So the example would be, the most of the cars, at least in the developed market today, comes with a cruise control. Even in India also it has started. So cruise control is an assisted intelligence. You just enable it, then it will start running based on the parameters which is set, because it is complementing the human intelligence, right? Then augmented intelligence, the same example is augmented intelligence is the car is able to tell you that you're not supposed to cross the lane because something is coming from behind. This is not the right place to cross the lane. So it is augmented intelligence. It is giving you a sense of information that to make you safe, right? And the third one is an autonomous intelligence, which is what Tesla is going after in terms of, you configure the car in such a way that it starts driving on its own, and you just have to sit and watch. Only when there is a requirement, you just have to do the interruption, right? You take any AI initiatives across any organization, it can be constructed on the back of these 3 horizons. What is that I can do solve today immediately from an assisted intelligence perspective? What is that I can actually enable from an augmentation? And what I can make it as a seamless automation. And it is possible because you have a data, explosion of the data and the computing power and the sophisticated algorithms and making the intelligent, the human and the machine and the interactions, right? Now, this is the landscape of what we spoke, but how the organizations are actually doing it today. Let me just give you the view of it, and hence an opportunity landscape for you. Go to the next slide, please. I'll skip this one, go to the next one. Yeah, so move on to the next one. So where is the play? What's an opportunity for all of you? This is interesting. As a Deloitte, we did a survey of several organizations to look at where they are at and where's an opportunity for us and where's an opportunity for all of you, right? So if you look at it, there are 3 stages. One is a lot of organizations are doing experiments. That means they're doing some lab tests, testing out some of the use cases. And that is about 74% of the organizations at a very, very nascent stage. And about 26% of them, they are doing AI at scale, which means they have found use cases, some of the business processes already implemented, the AI and adoption is slightly picking up, right? And about only less than 1% of the organizations are doing their AI work, right, in a way that it has become a mantra, it has become a standard way of doing the business, right? So if you look at, it's more of an opportunistic based initiatives are being executed, but it is still not, at a company level, it's a strategic initiatives. Only less than 1% of the companies are running their organization as AI fueled organization. So I would say the opportunity for all of us is the companies who are at the experimentation stage, right, and companies at the scale, right? So if you go after this, then the skills which you're going to learn in the next foreseeable future, it's going to stay with you forever, right? And what's the expectation? How do we expect the companies to really do this kind of a journey? So go to the next slide, please. So there are 6 dimensions in which we expect the companies to do this the journey, right, from various different stages. One is look at the data, treat the data as an asset, and from your skill your skill perspective, I'll tell you data engineering is probably the most sought after skill, which requires you to learn the Python and processing the data through any of the programming the languages, right? And then the second one is the organizations have to look at what kind of a talent pool they have, how to encourage the culture of innovation. Today, I'll tell you, in all openness and honesty, we don't have enough skilled people in India, right? So the demand cycle is really huge, and we are looking for not only just as a Deloitte as an organization, but in the overall in the market, availability of the skilled resources is acute shortage as it stands today, right? And the third one is how to set up the AI ethical the framework, which is something which is needed the hour, because AI can be misused, as I was telling you in the past, right? And how do you really enhance the experience of use artificial intelligence to enhance the experience of the end user, whether augmented reality or the virtual reality, everything can be powered by the AI. And more importantly, the startup ecosystem, because everything doesn't have to be done by the bigger organization. The startup ecosystems generates tremendous value at a shorter period of time. How to align with the startup ecosystems, right? And kind of apply the AI across all the business practices, be it a supply chain, the marketing, or talent management, and everything, right? So if you actually help organizations to look at the AI journey across these 6 dimensions, there is enough and more for all of us to thrive in this space. And there are some examples of how, if you really look at each of those dimensions, how does it really navigate? Go to the next couple of slides. And a lot of the companies already have started doing it. So, for example, the way Pfizer and some of the Indian companies used the data for COVID vaccine discovery, right? It is powered by the combination of the AI and the expertise of the individual, the scientist. That's something which one could not imagine 10 years back, because typical drug discovery is roughly about 10 years if it has to go through all the 3 stages. But today, the power of the data, power of the computing power, and the sophisticated algorithms kind of help you to cut short that by a factor of about the 10 times, right? And now, any of these things, it can be done if you know some of these technologies really well. I would say stay focused on the concept of AI and the underlying the technologies which is available as an open source for many of you, right? Whether it's the Google framework or Microsoft Azure framework, and get hold of some of the languages like the Python is extremely good, and the number of data processing in Python is extremely good. That should be the core of the starting point. Then there are 3 parts to building your the career, right? I would stop after this particular point. There are 3 parts when you really want to pursue your career in AI and ML. One is how good you are in data collection, data engineering, basically. The second one is how good you are in applying some kind of a statistical model and science to the data which you have collected, specific to the business process, be it a supply chain or a marketing. That's the second part. The third part is how good you are in visualizing that particular data in a fashion which is easily understandable for by a lot of others, right? So 3 elements, right? Data engineering, data science, and data visualization. These 3 forms the spectrum of the way you want to build your career options in AI and ML. Okay, so once again, thank you for this the fantastic opportunity. But in summary, I would say to me and for all the customers who we are serving, AI is still an emerging concept, and there is a lot more we can do to create a value across the various business processes, and using the 3 levers of Horizon 1, Horizon 2, Horizon 3, which I spoke about: assisted, augmented, and autonomous. So the world is open for all of you. So stay hungry, stay foolish, and I'm sure all of us will get there. Thank you so much, Murthy. Get back to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vadiraj. But I didn't know that the last 20 to 30 minutes how it passed by. I would say it was a great confluence of wisdom and knowledge. And you have been really a good orator par excellence, I must say. Thank you very much for all your valuable inputs. And it's been an extremely stimulating talk. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
We'll move on to the second speaker of the panel, Rotarian Shika Akolatse. Could you just bring her on the screen? Yes, good morning, Shika. You can hear me? You have to unmute your mic.
Okay, now I can be allowed to unmute.
Yes, now
Thank
we
you
can hear you very well. Okay.
Yes, thank you
Good.
very much. Thank you very much for your kind words of introduction. Thank you very much for inviting me to this seminar. And
I'll just give a little background and then hand it over to you.
Okay.
Okay. The second speaker, I already did the introduction. She's going to talk about one of the very interesting topics about women and entrepreneurship. I told Rotarian Shika that the college is predominantly for women, and most of the participants who are going to be in the webinar also will be women, and it would be of great interest for all of us to hear how entrepreneurship and women could be connected and what kind of inputs can be taken. I'll just give a little background to the topic before we hand it over to the speaker. Female entrepreneurship represents probably the fastest growing category of entrepreneurship worldwide. And especially in the recent years, this has received the attention of many academics. Women are found to have abilities to contribute towards economic development, ability to create new jobs, increase GDP, and then create a positive impact on reducing poverty and social exclusion. But the percentage of women pursuing entrepreneurship is much lesser compared to the men, probably depending upon the socio-economic background in the region in which they live. According to Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, what is called as abbreviated as a GEM, this was done in about 49 countries. Women startups are less than half compared to men in most of these countries, and in some countries it is less than 5%. However, the trend is changing worldwide, and particularly in countries like India, there is a constant increase in the presence of women who are getting into business, leading to changes in the demographic characteristics of business as well as economic growth. We will discuss more in detail today this interesting topic with a very eminent speaker from the Republic of Ghana, Ms. Shika Akolatse. Please put your hands together and welcome our second speaker. And over to you, Rotarian Shika. Now the stage is yours. You have about 20 minutes. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much for the kind words of introduction. Thank you for inviting me, and congratulations to all who put in effort to put this seminar together. I'm extremely excited to speak about entrepreneurship, and especially with relationship to women and what women can do in entrepreneurship. So to the participants, I would like to say thank you for investing your time this afternoon. I guess it's already afternoon where you are. It's still morning where I am. And I believe that we shall all be motivated at the end of this two-day seminar. So permit me to start my talk with a little background on my involvement in entrepreneurship development. My journey, ladies and gentlemen, on entrepreneurship development officially started in 2003. And I stress the word officially because in actual fact, I had been involved in small businesses since I was a child. I grew up in a family where many of my family members, especially the women in my family, and of course, some of the men, were involved in setting up, running very informal micro businesses mainly on subsistence basis. My late mother, may her soul rest in peace, was an entrepreneur, albeit in the informal sector, which means she never had a business registration document for any of the many businesses she was involved in. And in the entire business strategy that she operated and the business plan that she operated all resided in her head. All her children, and indeed all the people who lived with her from time to time, and because we, like Ghanaians, like Indians, believe in the extended family system. So at any time there were nephews, nieces, aunties, and all kinds of people living in one home. So all these people were her workers at various times, all the children, forget about child labor, right? And we all played various roles, and she was the manager, was the business owner, was the operations manager. Indeed, she herself was the operations and policy manual. So we didn't have a written system, but we knew what we were doing at any time because she was there. Indeed, she was also a pro bono business management consultant, as I would like to term it. Why? Because she provided coaching, mentoring, consultancy services to many other people to enable them set up and run their businesses. Sometimes she actually even invested in these businesses. Needless to say, my mother learned these from her mother. That's my grandmother. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm giving this example because I believe that my mother is only an example of the millions of women in their involvement in entrepreneurship across our world, especially the developing world. They are involved in organizing, operating, and assuming the risk for business ventures. That is the woman for you. So, having given this background, you agree with me that women have naturally been involved in entrepreneurship since the world was created, in my opinion. Entrepreneurship has been the backbone of some of the most colossal and growing economies of the 21st century. And entrepreneurship has been one of the most effective ways of wealth creation and putting people's life in their own hands. So when we focus on empowering people to create wealth for themselves, as well as propel economic development by creating enabling atmosphere for them to take bold steps and to take hold of their future, we are creating a venture that is enormous. It is because it has become necessary that business support organizations, institutions like yours, organizations like mine, play a very important role in empowering budding entrepreneurs by equipping them with skills and assisting them to enable them take entrepreneurial activities or initiatives and build formidable businesses. Women entrepreneurs are powerful catalysts for change. We will all lose when women cannot, for example, get financing to start or operate their businesses, or survive as entrepreneurs and employers. Yet, and most unfortunately, women-led businesses are faring worse than men-led businesses across board. The COVID-19 pandemic validates my worst fears that the pandemic will reverse the modest gains we have been making towards entrepreneurship development, especially in the area of women. We are today awash in data, and we know that gender equity in entrepreneurship needs more attention. We should be serving more women and encouraging more women we should be motivating more women to go into entrepreneurship, and so that they can be positioned like their male counterparts. Dear participants, dear fellow speakers, this is a call to action, especially to my dear young women in this forum. Why should women choose to be entrepreneurs? Like I said in my opening remarks, women by nature are entrepreneurs. They've been involved in entrepreneurship. The overall impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Africa is still unclear, but could easily exceed what was caused by the global financial crisis in around 2028, 2029, thereabouts. Governments in Africa today are struggling to prevent major catastrophe on the standards of living of its population, with the limited fiscal and monetary instruments than our counterparts in the global north. In concert, therefore, the threat to private sector is immense, particularly for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. So today, all eyes are on entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs would help change the situation, and women must and will and should play a role. We recently conducted a survey, and this is as recent as August 2021, so just a few months ago. We conducted a survey of over 3,000 entrepreneurs that we have supported over the years. And this survey showed that 61% of the entrepreneurs had been impacted by the pandemic, sometimes positively, sometimes negatively. Again, in a MasterCard Foundation survey of entrepreneurs in South Africa, somewhere in June 2021, 84% of small and medium enterprises say the pandemic had negatively affected their revenues. This means there is a huge demand for women not only to go into entrepreneurship, but also to succeed. And women can succeed given the right skills and the right tools to operate their businesses. All the years that I have been involved in entrepreneurship development, the performance of women, and indeed the performance of youth, have been very, very remarkable. I've been involved, or let me actually say, I have led the design and implementation of many business plan competitions, which are usually designed using a holistic entrepreneurship development approach. What do I mean by this? Usually when we design our business plan competitions, we don't just put out their competition, but we ensure that we take it from scratch. People with ideas just come in and we make sure that they are thought the step-by-step approach to how they can turn their ideas into a good business plan and how they can go to market and find funding for that idea and implement the idea with a business plan that they themselves have put together. So that's the approach we have used. My dear ladies, it will interest you to know that the youth and the women who have participated in these programs do not only excel, they go ahead and grow award-winning businesses. If I had time, I could spend the whole day sharing or talking about the many success stories that I have personally come across and experienced here in Ghana. But since time is not our friend at this particular moment, permit me to talk about two of the women who have inspired entrepreneurship, or women, and continue to inspire me that I have been able, with what they have been able to do. Let me speak first about Dr. Edith Dankwa. Dr. Edith Dankwa set up a business in the media space, And she's the founder, and she was the chief executive officer of the Business and Financial Times. Now she's the board chair of that company, which means she has actually transitioned for somebody else to take over, and she's now taking her hands off the day-to-day management, which is a remarkable achievement. Dr. Edith Dankwa has been ranked together with 9 other female media moguls who are making a definitive mark on the African media landscape through the ventures they founded or managed, while earning millions of dollars annually. So Edith is part of the top 10 female moguls defining the role of women in African media scene. The organization she founded and managed, which is the BNFT, as we call it for short, is one of Africa's leading business newspaper, which she founded over 2 decades ago, about 20 years ago, in Ghana, to provide authentic business and economic news that has contributed to shaping the growth and development of Africa's economic and media landscape. Recently, I spoke at the Ghana Economic Forum, which is one of the events that she has been involved in. This was the 10th one. It's an annual program. And I spoke on funding, how important it is to fund startups. Now, although Africa's media industry is still small when compared to that of Europe and the US, the new millennium witnessed an unexpected shift as more women began to feature more prominently in the media sector since the mid-2000s. So African women are now daring to create their own media space, their own media avenues, and they are actually dictating the tone in that particular industry. While some of them are running their own media outfits, others are actually hired as executives at leading media organizations. So that is Dr. Edith Dankwa, who founded Business and Financial Times. I'll move on quickly to my favorite. My favorite because I believe that she will even inspire you most. Israela Kafi Mansu is the founder and CEO of MGL Naturals. MGL Naturals is a multiple award-winning natural cosmetic manufacturing, packaging, trading, and service company. She has won 16 awards, and mind you, this is a young lady. MGL, the company she founded, produces natural, healthy hair and body products for all ages and all skin types, according to the company. So they produce things like the Black African soap, which if you have been in this area is very, very popular, which treats and prevents minor skin problems whilst washing your body. Body creams and butters, hair food, pomade, body mask, hair shampoos, deep cleansers, hair conditioners, hair massage oils, body massage oils, essential oils, etc. Today, MGL in 20 years has over 20 different finished products with the brand name MGL Naturals. And their slogan, and I like that, is the most gorgeous look from nature. If you are with me, and I know it's easy these days, if you haven't checked her out already, please go to www.mglnaturals.com. And she can also be found on all other social and trade media platforms such as the online stores, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. So MGL, this lady, Israela, at the age of 23 is when she started this business. She started this business when she graduated with a degree in consumer science and psychology from the University of Ghana. So then she just looked at herself and said, okay, my name is Israela Kafi Mansu. So she started the business with her initials and her surname. So it was called Mansuki, which is very innovative for a young lady. The company started, that's the most interesting part. The company started from her mother's kitchen, and she was using her mother's kitchen as the laboratory and the production center. Guess how much he used to start this business? 300 Ghana cedis, which is the equivalent of 50 US dollars. Ladies, you don't need huge capital to start your idea. You can start small with a big vision and grow. So in September 2010, this lady registered the business because she had come across an organization like Enablis, and we encouraged her to formalize the business, to register it, to put it into structure and run a more, professional business. So today, she's still young, and she is from 2009 that she started in a small community in Tema. Israela is now running a multi-million, $1 million organization or business, and employing the youth and actually giving back to society. What else can be more motivational than this? Now, there are so many advantages in creating your own businesses, but then there are also challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, all that is not rosy. You have to go through problems to achieve. So the point I'm making here is that you need to be focused on the end goal. Because creating a successful business has never and will never be easy. But in our part of the world, in India and in Ghana, I believe it's even more difficult. That is why we have high rates of startup businesses, but the chances of creation of sustainable businesses, which will survive more than 42 months, I'll put it, from what we have studied over the years, are greatly reduced when we compare to that of the developed world. So my points or nuggets for female entrepreneurs, I would say today, is that stand to be counted. Stand to be counted. Be confident too. In Ghana, for example, we know that more than 90% of all the businesses in Ghana are SMEs or small and micro businesses, and they occupy the central part of the Ghanaian economy. I believe it's the same everywhere, especially in a place like India. These businesses put food on the table of most Ghanaians, and they employ a lot of Ghanaians. So why not? And we know that women, I would like to conclude by saying that we know the popular saying that when you educate a woman, when you educate a man, you educate an individual. But when you educate a woman, you educate a whole community. Goes for entrepreneurship development as well. You don't need $1 million. You don't need $1,000 to start. Just start small and focus. Find your passion and make an impact. Why should you venture into entrepreneurship? Getting employed is good, but entrepreneurship is equally more impactful. So I would like to say, go out there, pursue your passion. It could be a hobby, and have in mind that you want to leave a legacy. You want to make an impact in this world by the time you are ready to exit the stage. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for listening, and I'll be available to answer any questions that you may have as we go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shika. That was a very wonderful and motivational talk. In fact, as you were saying, educating and then making a woman as an entrepreneur is not only about educating one individual, it is about educating the entire community. And probably the same logic gets extended when you're able to make a woman as an entrepreneur. As I was telling about a few minutes back, women have the ability to create more jobs. They have the ability to add to the local economy. They have tremendous potential. And you have taken us through a very, very motivational talk. And you gave some fantastic examples of successful women entrepreneurs. I'm sure many women and the girls who are on this particular seminar today would get motivated from your talk. And in the coming years, they become successful entrepreneurs. Thank you once again. It was a very motivational information. And I would like to express our deep sense of gratitude for your gesture of support to this discussion. Thank you once again for this enlightening speech. We will have the third speaker now, and at the end of it, we have a couple of questions for all the three speakers. So we will have the last about 10 to 15 minutes for the question sessions. Yes, I do have a few questions for you, Shika. You need to stay on. Thank you very much. Well, we'll just now move on to the third speaker of the day. As I was mentioning, he was traveling and now I think he has joined. We have Mr. Jens Strohschneider. Good morning, good afternoon, Jens. How are you? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I'm able. A very good morning to all of you from sunny blue sky Moscow. It's cold there. Greetings to all of you.
Yes, your audio is very clear. Video is good, but I think a little more light would be better. Your face is not very clearly seen.
Okay, just a second.
Well, this is slightly better. Okay. Well, I'll just give a bit of a brief introduction about the topic. As you could hear about the introduction of the speaker just before he joined, he has been a veteran in managing international business, and he has been representing a company called Omnicom in Moscow. He has been a German by origin, and he has had a very good experience in terms of managing business in India as well. International business means basically, from what we know as the basic definition, is producing and selling goods and services between or amongst various countries. We say business is international when it produces in home country and sells it in another country, or manufacture in another country and sell in either home country or the foreign country. Doing international business is good, sounds very interesting, but it has its own issues and challenges. Starting from the recent COVID-19 pandemic to UK's sudden decision to leave European Union, to the recent United States presidential election, and talking about the Taliban movement in Afghanistan, we have so many international factors affecting our business. In addition to this, we have, when you go to a foreign land and then you try to do business, you have cultural differences, you have language barriers, you have currency related and currency fluctuation related problem, and above all, government policies and then regulatory requirements. The list is very, very, very big. So what we will do is, in the next few minutes, let's listen to our expert, Mr. Jens Strohschneider. We will engage in a conversation with him to understand his perspective about what he has been able to go through in managing international business, what kind of challenges are faced, etc. Welcome to you once again, Jens. My first question to you would be, you have seen how COVID-19 has affected business everywhere, and we see that there is some amount of recovery happening. And how is the overall international business situation post-COVID? How do you see the business situation?
There are two key factors. Yeah, thanks a lot again, Murthy, for organizing this wonderful event. Yeah, there are 2 points I actually see here right now, following up our Vadira saying, okay, a very important point is to transfer knowledge, expertise into different markets, yeah, and finding the right value. And the second one is to enable our channel partners worldwide, in Africa, in India, in Southeast Asia, to build up their own business. So, and here limitations are now post-COVID, or even when we talk about Africa, it's COVID. Now we have a lot of lockdowns in Nigeria, in Eastern Africa, that people are able to keep their business afloat. Yeah, this is very important. What we can do, we provide the technology, we manufacture the hardware, we educate and show how to work with the software, but then it comes to a lot of question. Actually, buying, selling means financing business. And here we started actually with COVID to open credit lines towards our channel partners worldwide, especially in India and in Africa. So what you do need to do in international business, in successful business, this is to find the right people and to transfer a franchise business scheme, technology and intelligence, actually how to apply this technology into very specific business scenarios. And there I would like to come back to what Vadirai said in his presentation. Yeah, you need to find business value for a specific industry in a specific location. And this is very different actually. When you compare European business with Indian business, there are different levels of development, of application for business intelligence. And one challenge in India or also in Africa is to show actually that business can be improved, can be made better, actually more efficient. And this is one of our main missions, actually, to show how business can perform better using specific technology. Another key point, and now with COVID or after COVID, you probably all heard about this. This is a certain delay or crunch in the supply chain for chipset or electronic components. 2 years ago, we ordered electronic components and knew they will be with us within 6 to 12 weeks. Now it's going up to 60 weeks. Up to 1 year, we have to wait for chipsets. So this is a very difficult situation to organize or restructure actually our whole supply chain. We have some 80 partners, production partners worldwide, and this is a really big challenge. So 2 points here, Moti, for our discussion.
And I know you have been involved in doing business in the Indian region also. Would you just like to run through what kind of business you're in, something about your company and the products also for the people who are on this call?
Yes, please.
Would you like to use the presentation slide or?
I can just make a brief overview. So we are in the management, remote management of commercial assets. So this is fuel management, this is fleet management, this is business intelligence. We have a software and hardware being installed into different objects, from ships to trucks to locomotives to generators. We connect these gateways to the internal network system of this object, ask and accumulate data, and send it over into the cloud. And there we make what you explained, the business intelligence, the data intelligence. We have some 500,000 objects worldwide we control with our technology. And we aggregate and accumulate more data than all of Facebook does per day. So just to give you an comparison in terms of the data volume or we can analyze. There are somewhere in between 1,300, 1,500 different technical characteristics or data we transfer into our cloud. And here again, the challenge is to transfer this into actionable business decision. All these data, all these reports, we compile based on the intelligence available. That's it in very short. Yeah, it's a story about our company now. As for myself, I'm 20 years, and let's say, a guru for the Russian IT industry or a Sherpa to bring out the Russian technology into international marketplaces. So this is what I live for, actually. Moti?
I think, to my knowledge, you have been involved in India for the last about 2-3 years.
Yeah, we started.
What has been your experience? You know, India is a very vast country with a diverse culture. there are language barriers. Some part of the country speaks English, some part of the country doesn't speak English. And as I said, it's like another European Union. How did you find it in the initial stages, and how you have been able to manage all these language and cultural barriers in this country? What's been your experience?
A fantastic experience. Actually, we started business in 2013. Yeah, in 2017, we opened our office in Bangalore. So we are close to you, actually. We have now a team of about 30 people in India, in Bangalore mainly, and about 50 channel partners. So the one key of our success is actually that we cooperate with local players to understand the specific situation. So be always open, yeah, to find your local player, your local partner of choice, who can add a certain value to the overall solution. Yeah, this is very important. Then it was a challenge first to set up the business because legal framework, compliance, very important, yeah, to have everything set up according to the rules with the business already, yeah, in the pipeline, let's say it in this way. And we were very much successful to work with one of the large unicorns now in India. So Moti, yeah, and to all of you in India, you can be proud of these very smart, skilled developers, entrepreneurs, startups in India, which are very eager, yeah, to go into new technology. It's very vibrant on the side of the IT and telecom business. Since we sell into the fleet business, so I remember, yeah, or just to your information, we have some 12 million heavy commercial trucks in India. This is 90% of this business. These are micro businesses, 1, 2, 3 trucks per owner. Yeah, and there the most challenging task, as I explained, is to educate these small entrepreneurs that they can work more competitive, more efficient. And here we do invest a lot. We make trainings, we make certain seminars, yeah, to show how technology, our software, our solution can help to make this their business more competitive. Yeah. It's really great to see this diversity. So I always compare India with Africa, which has a similar diversity and a similar startup genius or startup mind to go into new businesses. And yeah, here I can only support Shaki. I see now also a lot of female entrepreneurs going into our technology business. And this is something very, very good. Moti?
What about the government policies and regulatory requirements? I find many people who come into India complaining that our accounting policies and regulatory requirements are very complicated to understand or to implement. What's your opinion on that?
They are, I agree, but when you compare it to Brazil, Russia, Mexico, or Africa, where we have opened in the last years our offices, it's really a similar situation. Yeah, so this is a challenge, yes, but yeah, if you like to do something, if you go forward, yeah, you will find a solution. Maybe it's sometimes not really straightforward, but sooner or later you will be able to set it up in a way that you can work freely, efficient, and according to the rules. Yeah, don't neglect them. Yeah, go for it and build it up step by step. So here, I don't see any difference. Russia or India or Mexico, Brazil, it's similar.
Good, thank you. And my last question to you is that, everybody wants to grow business, both in the domestic market as well as in the international segment. You have had a much broader perspective of many regions across the globe. In the next 3 years, if one wants to grow business, what are the key challenges that you see? Is it, for example, the stability of the dollar, or is it the post-pandemic situation, or we have political uncertainties and terrorism, so many things happening? Where do you see the challenges for growing business, let's say, in the next 3 years?
There are no challenges. I fully agree with Shika. It's inside you. It's only you who makes this business. Yeah, there will be always COVIDs, Mr. Trump's, whatever. Yeah, it's inside you. Despite all hazards, yeah, you can do this. Yeah, you will find a way. Even if it is now very hard for a lot of our smaller channel partners of Omnicom in Africa or in India or in Malaysia. Yeah, we stay afloat, we support them, and we cooperate. So look around whom you can work with, yeah, whom you can partner with, where you can get new ideas, how to apply these ideas or the expertise you get, yeah. So go out, yeah, and do it. Don't hesitate, yeah. There will be always some concerns, yeah, but it's only inside you. I believe in this. I'm sure we all have the power to make dreams become real.
Thank you, Jens. That was a very wonderful discussion we had. And I must say, we got a lot of information and inspiration from you. And in fact, you produced a very memorable morning for all of us. And we got so much of information and at one place. And I don't think anybody else could have done better than you. Thank you so much for joining and then sharing your inputs. I would like to just move on to the last part of the session, where we would like to put forward questions from our participants. A few of them are already there on my paper here, and then few have come through the chat box. And I would request all the viewers who are on this call, in case you have any questions for any of the three speakers, kindly type in your question on the chat box, or you have other channels to communicate. I will take up the questions and then divert it to the concerned speaker to answer. I already have a few questions. I will start the discussion. My first question is to Mr. Vadiraj. Could you just put everybody on a window, please? All three speakers. Yes, sir, I hope all three of you are able to hear me, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Vadiraj, sir, the first question is, there is a perception that artificial intelligence and machine learning, actually, they take away more jobs than what they create. What is your opinion about this, please?
Yeah, this is probably the most frequently heard question, right? And that's why I used some of the terminology in my presentation, that whatever the outcome of an AI, it's more of an augmenting the human behavior and human intelligence, and which is a complementary in nature rather than something which is going to replace the human beings, right? So that's the first the school of thought. So think about, I mean, way back when Mr. Ford wanted to get the car as a mainstream transportation vehicle, there's a lot of resistance in terms of that, you know, nobody's going to buy a horse, and the value of the horse is going to come down, and or even bicycles and all those things, right? But never been the case, right? Because as a human beings, we always thrive on the efficiency from the way we live, and we move on to the next the phase of an efficiency. That doesn't mean that the core value, which is created by a new upcoming invention, kind of displace something which is already in existing. It only enhances. So the more we look at from the perspective of this is a complementary in nature and an augmentation in nature rather than a replacement, I think I firmly don't believe that it'll take away the jobs, but human beings are capable of finding out something new, the better use of our time and energy and the creativity once the mundane tasks are automated and is taken care by the machine. And we have seen that in the past during the Industrial Revolution also. It doesn't mean that, in fact, more people got the jobs even though there was a lot of automation in the Industrial Revolution. And I see the impact to the society as a whole is much greater and positive with an evolution of an AI in an applicable areas of the healthcare or auto sector or the telecommunication sector, like the way Jens was speaking about. So I would definitely not worry about losing the jobs. I would rather worry about upskilling myself so that we do much more of the positive impact to the business and the society.
I have one question from my side. In fact, it's a newspaper clipping I was reading about a few days back when I saw that Facebook is changing its name, and then starting from Facebook to Microsoft, everybody now they're getting into virtual reality, or what we call as a parallel imaginary world, and coined it as a metaverse. Can you just add a little bit more into it, because that appears to be the future, and we want to know a little more about what this virtual reality or metaverse is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I see anytime something the new comes up, the new buzzword stands up, there is obviously a curiosity and apprehension and opportunity and a threat, right? All of them will come together, which is going to get carefully evaluated as we move along. But for the starters, what does the metaverse really means? And it is no different than the virtual reality or an augmented reality, which was already there in the market. So it's an expansion of the same technology, but the application is very different. So, like you said, it's more about creating an avatar of me and you, and going into a very virtual world and exploring the various the activities of either visiting the places virtually or doing a commerce the virtually, and experiencing the entire world through virtual the means, right? So it's a manifestation of the different avatars, I guess. The kids are more tuned to what's really happening in the metaverse than some of us. It's a lot to learn from how they're really engaging in that world. I'll tell you the positive side of this particular the new thread which is popping up, right? Is how does it really going to make an impact on my business? Will I be able to create a new business model? Will I be able to sell something new, right? Then that's something which is going to be looked at very closely from all the organizations, right? And the flip side of it, if as it is, I think a lot of us, and especially the younger generation, we are going through the addiction of staying tuned to the screens for a longer time, right? And this kind of the metaverse, the concept, which is really virtual in nature, which is more engaging and more sticky, right? It might actually increase that the addiction to those kind of non-value creation habits much more. That's something to watch out for. And the third and the most important thing is, I don't think many of us realize that every time, if we spend about 4 to 5 hours watching Netflix, working on our laptop, or doing something on our mobile, it generates a significant amount of carbon footprint, right? Now, with an advent of metaverse, and which is much more addictive in nature, perhaps the carbon footprint, the measures will go for a toss. But I would watch out carefully in terms of what's the business opportunity, what's the impact to the society, and balance it out and embrace just like the way the new things came in the last 3 decades.
Vadirai and Moti, if you don't mind, maybe an example how this virtual world can help you. So what do? We analyze the driver behavior, acceleration, speed, the routes. Yeah, we record videos of certain situations, and we use this now to train the drivers. Yeah, so this will make our world, especially traffic in India, safer. Yeah, and now next step is to think about how to transfer all this data into a virtual landscape in which the driver can go again through this situation, and we can better train them. So this is a real application in business, in the business world, how to make business more efficient and safer. So here I fully support you, Vajra. Thank you. Yeah.
Yep, I think I completely agree with that. Since we have a paucity of time, I am unable to take too many questions. There is one question for Rotarian Shika. When it comes to women entrepreneurship, there is always this problem for women related to role conflict. You have to balance between family and business. And at least we have seen in countries like India, this becomes a constraint for women to become successful entrepreneurs. And I'm sure it would be the similar situation even in Ghana or any other part of the world. What do you advise to all the young women who are on this call here today on how to manage this role conflict or balancing between family and business? Over to you, Shika.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very good question. It's the question that I really, really like because it's real. So fortunately, I am a woman. And as you said, I'm a Rotarian, and then I run a business. So I think that the question or the issue here is the level of commitment. I know that for a fact, for every human being, once you put your mind to something to do, you need to commit. So you need to just apportion your time properly and balance the roles. Of course, these days, men are more leaning towards supporting women to do other things apart from keeping a home. It doesn't, it complements. So women are advised, for me, not to abandon your role as a woman, but to balance it, commit to it, find that extra time, find that extra energy, push and talk, communicate and sell what you want to do to your partner. Partners are there to support. So if you're able to market your idea well, balance the time and balance your and increase your commitment to what you want to do, there's no way you cannot succeed. I look at it from this way. People are doing it. A lot of women in Ghana is the same, especially in the northern part of Ghana. The culture is so different, in fact, across, and I'm sure it's the same with India. You need to just balance it, get the commitment, get the support. After all, your husband is your partner and the children are your part of the home. Get the balance and get the support, and you would be able to do it. Again, the other side is that there are lots of women networks who are supporting each other in various aspects. It could be entrepreneurship, could be business. Join these networks. They are a source of enormous support, and they will share with you how they do it so that you can also benefit from these networks. It's very good to belong to a network just for the support because it's possible. Women are capable, so don't feel that you just have to play your role as a woman, domestic. Do more and you get the support required. Thank you very much. I hope I've answered the question. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you. There is one last question for Jens. You know, in the international rating that is published about business-friendly countries, in spite of all the opportunities that a country like India offers, in terms of rating, India has still been way behind. It is not considered to be a business-friendly country, probably due to several reasons. You being a German and representing a Russian company, what are your expectations? Where do you think India is lagging?
I would say, yeah, I do not agree with this rating. Yeah, I see India as a very business-friendly, very dynamic business environment where you can do a lot at the local level. It might be, and it's certainly a challenge to organize a federal framework, legal framework and policy all over India because of this diversity. But I see a really good improvement over the last years. So it's good to do business in India, yeah, and people are very smart and skilled. Especially now, the Indian universities, institute, colleges are very well placed. So therefore, don't be shy, go ahead. There you can make a lot in your country.
Well, you seem to be very positive about
yes,
India.
I am.
And good to hear that. There is a question from one of the participants. I don't know whether to route it to Mr. Jens or to Shika. What is the political and economic situation for doing business in Africa? It just says a very generic word, Africa, not even Ghana. I don't know who wants to take this question.
Shika, maybe you start. You are the local. I will follow up if required.
Okay, so I think the trend now is very, very positive. A lot of indicators are showing that governments across are more willing than before to support women entrepreneurs. There's a lot of funding that is being actually targeted at women entrepreneurs. It doesn't mean it's easy. The problem is that the mindset is a big issue when it comes to women doing business. So it's a difficult thing to shift the mindset or change mindsets, but at the same time, there's a lot of positive vibe for women entrepreneurship development and support. So that's what I would say from this point, and I think Jen would want to continue from here.
Yes, thank you, Shika. Yeah. So you have 3 regions in Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, and South Africa, which are driving the business in Africa, which are, I see a benchmark within Africa. There are certain countries with a very high entry barrier, especially in inner Africa. And there you partly do not have any frameworks, legal, business, etc. It's not easy. It isn't, and it wasn't easy to go into these countries. I don't like to name it. Yeah, there I recommend to really on local partners, people like Shika, yeah, open-hearted, yeah, energetic, and with drive to build up a very modern technology. Yeah, so when I look from a telecommunication point of view into Africa, it has the best infrastructure, the latest and modern, very modern services. I just reminds e-payment system in Africa, which is leading worldwide. So yeah, because it's greenfield, there wasn't any financial structure, and they started immediately to have everything, all financial transaction based on the mobile network and mobile telephone. Yeah, already 15 years ago they started with this. So this is fantastic, and this shows the potential in Africa. Lottie?
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much for a very insightful discussion and exchange of a lot of productive information. Well, it's lunchtime here for us in India and probably breakfast time for Shika and Jens. We would like to wrap up our first session now, take a lunch break, and then we'll be moving on to the next technical session. I would like to thank all the 3 wonderful speakers who have shared your thoughts here today. On behalf of the college and on behalf of all the organizers, I express our profound gratefulness for all 3 of you and for your thought-provoking speeches. Thank you once again. From India side, it is namaskar and thank you. And in the local language of Kannada, we say dhanyavad. Dhanyavad. Thank you to all of you.
Okay.
And
Thank
have
you.
a good day. Thank
Pleasure.
you very much.
Goodbye.
Over to you, MC Vidya.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Shri A.C.N. Moti sir, for chairing the session. And I also thank all the other members of the panel. I'm sure that all the participants have gained a lot of knowledge from this session. Thank you all. We now have lunch break and we shall be back sharp by 1:45 p.m. and start the next technical session by 2 o'clock. Thank you all.
Hi, I'm Claire Richards. I'm the District 5950 Rotaract Chair, and I'm also a member of the St. Cloud Rotaract Club. So what is Rotaract? Rotaract is a club that brings together emerging leaders, ages 18 and older, to work on community service initiatives and develop critical leadership skills. Rotaract is a part of the International Rotary family, which has well over 1 million members and is over 100 years old. The unique thing about Rotaract is it brings together opportunities both locally and internationally to impact communities. And at the same time, it offers incredible personal development and professional development opportunities to its members. So we have several Rotaract clubs here in Minnesota. And one question I get all the time is, what makes a good Rotaract member? Now that's kind of a tricky question because it sort of depends. Wherever you go in the world, Rotaract means something just a little bit different, right? But generally speaking, I think that Rotaract members tend to be within the first 5 to 10 years of their career, or maybe they're new to their communities. They are people of action. Rotaract, right? They're people of action. They want to get involved, they want to make an impact, and they want to spend their time where it counts. My husband and I started the St. Cloud Rotaract back in 2015, and I can tell you from personal experience that it has made an immense impact on my life. Personally, professionally, I mean, I have met some of my very best friends through Rotaract. I have made these really incredible professional connections. I have a challenge for you. If you are a person of action, if you want to make an impact on your community, if you want to build an incredible network, if you want to spend your time well, join Rotaract. And if you don't have a Rotaract club, start one. If I can do it, I promise you that you can do it. So, if you're ready to join like-minded individuals making an impact on the world, join Rotaract today.
Narsamurthy, good afternoon. Shankar Shastri, sir, good afternoon.
Namaskara, sir. Namaskara, sir. So nice. So nice.
Sir, you are in mute.
Kelsalva, sir. I opened up.
Narsamurthy, namaskara.
Sir, I am unmuted.
Yeah.
Can
You
you
know,
hear me now? Namaskara. Namaskara, Asian.
Namaskara, sir.
Rajgopal, sir, namaskara.
Namaskara, Namaskara, Rajgopal, sir.
Hello, Rajgopal. Welcome. Yes, good. We will start exactly at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Good, all the three speakers are there.
Rajgopal, sir, you have to unmute.
Murthy, good afternoon. Am I audible? I'm not sure.
Now you are audible, Rajgopal
Audible.
sir.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hi,
good.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Namaskara.
Yeah. Namaskara.
So Murthy was there. He was talking, and he said by 2 exactly we will start. Anta.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you have another 3 minutes.
Sure.
So,
I sent you a new slide.
Yes.
Should I be running the slide or you will be running the slide?
No, the MC will be running. From their technical team will be running the slides.
Okay.
Yep.
I had sent a new version in the morning. I don't know.
We'll just check with the SCM. Oh, you sent it second time, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay.
The content is the same. It is just that I had forgotten to sort of create the animation of every point coming in when we wanted.
Okay.
So I'm okay. Either way, it's okay. So if it is there, fine. Otherwise, also
let
it's
us check with Murthy. He will be knowing about it.
But since we don't have time, I'm okay with either way.
Right, sir.
Content has not changed.
Done.
It is just that I had created that animation of having that points coming in when we at the click of a mouse.
Okay.
So because I was not aware that it's a presentation until 2 days ago, and I was unable to do this presentation until yesterday.
I remember that.
That is the
conversation happened later.
Correct.
Okay.
So I created few slides just to give a context. How was the session? Morning? How was the
inauguration? It went on well. I attended the technical session 1. It was really interesting. We had some good speakers from Ghana and Germany, I think Russia. They spoke well and they covered the topic so nicely. It was good.
Okay.
And relevant also. One was on the women empowerment and, kind of strengthening them as to take up business and entrepreneurship kind of stuff. So, and Arbindo being a college with a lot of women, girls to children.
Okay.
So that was pertinent.
All right.
Rajgopal sir, yours will be the first, followed by Dr. Subramania and then Udo-san.
Sure.
I don't know, Udo-san has joined. Hi, Udo-san.
I thought I saw him, I guess.
Okay.
I imagine it will be him because I saw only one of the only Japanese. I saw him doing something on the window. So.
Raj, your new presentation has been taken care of.
Thanks.
Not in the mail.
Good.
Okay. Just downloaded and on into the system.
That was the question you were asking just now.
Yeah, I was telling Mr. Shastri that the content is the same. It is just that I had sent it to you in a hurry in the evening. Now the points will come at the click of a mouse. So that's the only animation.
Now, Shankar sir, 2 o'clock. Shall we start?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Divya madam, please.
Asian?
Just
Yes, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So the session would focus on identity management in a secure world, global perspective on supply chain management, global trends in finance management. It's a great honor and privilege for me to welcome and introduce the moderator of this session, Mr. Shankar CV, General Manager, Kargil, India, who has joined us virtually for the conference. Sir is a mechanical engineer and an MBA graduate, also a fellow member of Institution of Engineers India. He has work experience of over 34 years in manufacturing organizations, mainly pharmaceutical projects. Worked in corporates like SIV, HOCL, KAPL, Banner, Cadila. Sir is currently working as General Manager, Risk Management and Sourcing at Kargil ANH, India. I thank Mr. Shankar sir for his interest and support. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation. Over to you, Shankar sir.
Thank you, Divya. Thanks for the generous introduction. I extend warm greetings to all the panelists and the audience in this hall today. I warmly welcome you all for the technical session 2 of today's international webinar this afternoon. I know it's a challenge to sit and pay attention in the afternoon after the food, but still, I assure you, the kind of topics and the panelists that we have today will not make it happen. They will make it very interesting. I'm glad to be here as a session moderator this afternoon. There are 3 diverse topics that are being deliberated today. One is identity management in a secure world. The second one, global supply chain management, and the finance management, the global perspective what we have. Each topic is very important, cardinal, and in the current contemporary world, it's very important to know about these topics. We have 3 eminent speakers in the panel today who have profound knowledge and experience in their respective fields and have made significant achievement in their career. Friends, the model of this particular session would be, we will have each panelist presenting their topic for about 20 to 25 minutes, starting from Mr. Rajgopal, followed by Dr. Subramania, and then our Udo-san. Later on, we will have about 15-20 minutes for question and answer sessions. I request all the participants for their complete attention and make this session interactive as much as possible. During the question and answer session, you can ask for any type of questions through the chat box. We have Madam Preeti to help us to collect all these questions, and we will try to address as much as possible after the presentations are over. I would like to tell you about this panelist today, very interesting career path what they have passed through. First of all, I would like to tell you about Mr. Rajgopal, the CEO of Fridrugs company. He's a management professional with around 3 decades of experience in leadership roles in organizations like Atos, Oracle, Siemens, across a wide spectrum of ICT portfolio. Bootstrapping new initiatives, new geo expansion are some of the areas of significance in his career. Currently, as CEO of Fridrugs, he has successfully established an organization that has grown in every initiative and have earned its recognition in the global markets as a company to watch out for. Fridrugs received a recognition by Silicon India, a US-based magazine, as one of the most 100 promising technology companies founded by Indians in the US. Welcome to you, sir, for this panel session. And we would like to get ourselves enriched with your knowledge. And I would like to now talk about Dr. K.N. Subramania, who is going to talk about the global trends in supply chain management. Friends, you all know supply chain has taken a topmost attention in today's world. All over the world is suffering. Everybody is looking at the supply chain as one topic where they can do some improvement there. Here we have Dr. K.N. Subramania, currently working as principal, RV College of Engineering, Bangalore, one of the prestigious leading colleges of Bangalore, not only Bangalore and Karnataka, in India itself. He did his bachelor's in industrial and production engineering, MTech in industrial management, MBA with HR specialization, and PhD in supply chain management. He did his NPTEL online course on leadership education and academic leadership program of Oxford University, UK. He has about 29 years of experience in teaching, training and consultancy, research and administration. Academic and research expertise includes operations management, supply chain and logistics management, e-enterprise modeling, simulation modeling and analysis, decision sciences, and applied ergonomics. He has guided more than 100 undergraduate and PG postgraduate projects. He's actively involved in research and guiding, still continuing to guide 4 research scholars. He has published as many as 46 technical papers in refereed national and international journals, and he has presented 81 technical papers in national and international conferences. He has executed several funded projects, consultancy assignments, and coordinating the projects and consultancy with more than 20 crores at the institution level for the last 3 years. He has authored chapters in 9 books, guided 3 research scholars, 2 from the VTO and 1 from Jain University. And he is now guiding 3 research scholars under VTO, established centers of excellence in macro electronics, Internet of Things, computational genomics, automotive mechatronics, smart antenna systems, e-mobility, CCTV, research center, and incubation center at the college level. He is instrumental in signing MOUs with over 90 companies in India and 3 universities abroad for joint collaborations. He is a member of various statutory committees, both at the national and state level, serving as member in professional societies for collaborative works and networking. Welcome to you, Dr. Subramania. It's a pleasure to have you here this afternoon. And the third speaker is my good friend, Naokatsu Udo-san. Just a moment. He's an APAC finance process implementation lead for SAP for Cargill in Tokyo. 16 years plus in various finance roles and various locations. He has deployed SAP manufacturing business in India, a very successful pilot project for India. He's licensed US certified public accountant from the University of Wisconsin-Madison accounting. He has done the bachelor's degree. We're extremely delighted to have all three of you in today's panel and to get ourselves enriched with the various topics which are very important for today's life. Thank you all for being here. May I now request the first speaker to speak about Mr. Rajgopal, CEO of Federal, to speak about identity management in a secure world. Over to you, Mr. Rajgopal.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar Shastri. Thanks for the kind introduction. Good afternoon to all my panelists, and all the audience and other guests and the organizing team. Miss Sailaja, the principal of the college, and all the audience who are listening to this. Well, identity management in a secure world is a very generic phrase. It is too diverse an area. Again, it depends on the context. So I am trying to make an attempt to see how, in a specific context, what we mean by identity management and how it has become so much relevant in the days to come, that is going to increase its relevance in the way it is seen and experienced in the current fashion at the moment. So I made an attempt to possibly set a context and then possibly give a background to that to know how it has evolved and how it is here going to stay. So if someone is helping me on the slides, we'll go to the next one. Yeah. So if you look at the global trends, we can possibly have the first point. So what is happening is that we are seeing increased automation. There's nothing rocket science. Most of us are aware of the fact that computerizations are here to stay. There's a huge automation going on. Most of the private industries or organizations have already gone through a lot of computerizations. The government bodies are also going through a huge transformation in terms of digitization. You look at the Passport Seva Kendra program, which the government took up a few years ago, or the current Revenue Department, which is in the state of Karnataka, which has also been computerized in a big way. The RTOs, for instance, in the driving license, which has also gone into digitization in a big way. So we are seeing many such initiatives. Even the banks have computerized, where the number of branches of all the nationalist banks are getting reduced on a daily basis, so that the current generation at least is more on the internet banking and the ATM. So you don't need to necessarily go to the branches. So this automation and digitization is something which is here to stay because it has its own benefits. It has increased your efficiency. So we can go to the next point. So it basically, there are large transactions which are enabled with computerization. It provides a lot of efficiency in terms of reducing timelines, and then data is available much faster, and then it gives a lot of flexibility. So this makes it more compelling for digitization. So there's another thing which we have all seen. Then the third point which I had was that, so with this computerization, which is here to stay, there's an increased dependency on the digitization. So which is compelling you to secure your environment and also possibly assure some amount of privacy for when we transact on the internet. Then the other point is that the cloud is the latest trend. Now you see that most of the applications are available on the cloud. And most of the new age applications are only cloud enabled. So the way the architecture is being designed is that most of the applications are on the cloud, whether it's a private cloud or the public cloud. That is something I think the next point is about the cloud. So the cloud is also, these are some of the compelling reasons why digitalization and the kind of, the trends what we are seeing are compelling the digitalization to also stay. And which thereby, so in the absence of this, which used to be in the olden days that we used to go and then, so if I had to transact in a bank, I would have gone there. So there was a manual way of doing things. So identifying or establishing an identity either through a signature or through an ID card in academic institutions were all the way it used to be. Now, most of them are using a smart card or some sort of an access card. So which is a unique card given to a specific individual. So which forms a format of a digital ID. So this has, so to sum it up, so the digitization and the automation, which has been in the making for the last so many years, which has now, especially with the cloud and the internet, transactions getting enabled in a big way, has actually resulted in creating some amount of digital identity for us, all of us. Now, there has to be some way of trying to make sure that there's a unique digital identity which is created. So these unique digital identities are the basis for validation or authentication of any transaction that we may transact on the internet, whether it's access information or a transfer of funds or any amount of anything whatever you may want to do on the net. First and foremost, you'll be required to validate yourself or authenticate a transaction. So digital identity is something which is the need because of these reasons. Now, if you go to the next slide, so if you, given the fact that now that the digital identity, why you need a digital identity is established, there are challenges in how do you implement or how do you manage this, because it's an evolving area. Now, there are, as far as the government is concerned, we all know that we have this Aadhaar in the recent past, which has come up. Prior to that, we had PAN, which was the basis for most of the transactions. Now, the Aadhaar and PAN are getting linked. There are some countries which have something called Social Security card, and they also have some ID card, and there's a health card, which even the Indian government is considering. So, with all these various formats of identity, and there is a discussion about the converging all this into a single card. So it's an evolving situation. And then from a technology perspective, how do you manage them? So you, at any point in time, people have multiple identities in different formats for different nature of transactions or a different context. So this is one challenge. And the next point is that the changing regulations and policies, because since it's evolving, the government is also, the regulatory especially, would also look at new challenges which they're facing while implementing new initiatives. So naturally, the regulation and policies will get impacted. So there would be changing regulation, like any business situation which keeps changing, even the governmental regulations and policies which keeps changing. So that's another complex challenge which we'll have to manage. Security, privacy, anyway, is another thing, because there is always a very innovative way of hacking a specific environment. So there is always something which needs to be done in terms of strengthening your security and assuring the privacy for you to enable a safe transaction. So this leads to a lot of challenges, which we'll have to deal, because this particular ecosystem has a lot of proprietary technologies which you have to deal with. Because most often, the way things are in this particular ecosystem, it's a combination of some amount of embedded hardware and some amount of embedded software, and along with the commercial software. So there are, and each solution comes with its own management systems, and some interoperability challenges are there. And it also requires integration to enterprise software, maybe like ERP softwares and all that. So there is a lot of challenges, in the ecosystem to be managed as well. The platform convergence, because there are certain platforms also sometimes getting involved, and as I said, multiple identity challenges are all anyway there because of varied kind of identities which are available in the ecosystem. And then there are convergence of physical and logical access. If you look at the pandemic situation, what we recently went with, you saw that most of them were working from home. Otherwise, they would have physically entered an office. Now, what I mean by physical access is that large enterprises have thousands of people employed, so it's impossible for someone to really know whether he's really employed in a particular physical office. So there is a identity card which is again very unique, and so he will have to flash it and go. I don't think anybody will have a time to validate his photo along with the individual. So naturally, nobody does that. So it's all about your ID cards which are tied to it, which also becomes some sort of a attendance format now. And if you are in a pandemic situation working from home, then how do you know that are you authorized to really log in into the logical resources of a particular enterprise to see whether are you authorized to access a particular server for conducting whatever your work you have been assigned. So there are a lot of checks and balances even at the enterprise level. And for an enterprise to converge both this physical and logical access is another challenge. So these are some of the challenges from a technical perspective to see how we deal with it to possibly have some smooth operations. So can we have the next point, please? Yeah. So this creates a lot of, so the process of any of these implementations creates a lot of data, because one thing what computerization or digitization does is it throws up a lot of data. So the moment you have a lot of data, now the analytics have come in, so people know they can forecast what exactly is happening or whatever they may want to, for instance, analyze on. If you look at example of the government has also computerized a lot of citizen services now. So they would like to know, there are banks which has limited front office, so they are making analysis about how many people really come into premises and for what. So this data lake, the data which computerization generates, if they have some amount of checks and balance of who's entering, who's not entering, and for what purpose they're entering a particular premise, they would like to automate the needs of such physical entrances so that they don't need to come for doors. So they will try to, as much as possible, host it on the data so that you have access to that. So there's a lot of analytics which happens on data. So this data lake, creation of that, the data quality assurance, and securing this data, which is also very important, becomes another challenge. And we all know in the IT industry that technology disruption is always the case, because there's always a new way of doing things. There's always some new technology comes in. There is, so which disrupts an existing one, and then unfortunately it is imposed most often, and then you have to deal with it. So these are some of the challenges I could think of. I mean, there could be more, but these are some of the things which comes to my mind. So given the trend of digitalization, given these challenges, which we'll have to operate on. So as we proceed, there are certain solutions available in the market. These market solutions are largely to address the current situation, whatever we have been seeing in terms of the addressing both the physical access and the logical access, or some amount of integration. So we have seen a lot of steady progress being made in terms of making sure that all these platforms and proprietary technologies are integrated at the right appropriate level, and the footprints are all safeguarded in terms of whatever needs to be done based on the needs of the organization, whether it's a government or whether it is a private organization or whether it's a bank. The needs are a little different. So there are, considering all that, there are some solutions available in the market, but the challenges still remain at a technology level, especially when it comes to convergence. Can we have the next point? Yeah, so we do have these challenges which exist, and I'm sure that it will continue to exist for some time to come. In terms of the nature of challenges may change, but the challenges at the moment are in terms of convergence of platforms for sure. And there are proprietary technologies in this area which are going through, because like sometime back, the telecom backend infrastructure used to be always a proprietary one. So interoperability was a big challenge. We have seen a lot of companies getting dissolved because of that, because they were unable to scale up quickly. So again, here in this, especially in the access control, we have seen a lot of proprietary platforms available. So it is going through a huge evolution. So there are challenges which are there in terms of the scale of transactions, and especially when it comes to governance, risk, and compliances. So there are a lot of GRC which is driving some changes, and that's also evolving, because we provide a solution, but that throws up some other challenges. So it's a continuous management program. So there are still a lot of opportunity when it comes to addressing challenges. So to sum it up, I think digitalization is anyway happening. I don't think we have any of us have any control on that. And the challenges are there from a technical perspective to see how we can implement, because there is a lot of evolution. It's just not India. Even a lot of other countries have the same challenge. In fact, I would say from my initiative, the government of India has taken a lot more change reforms they have done compared to a lot of other countries whom I have personally been exposed to. From that perspective, they are rapidly moving in terms of automation. So there are challenges going to be there when you have rapid movements, and then there will be some alignment at some point in time. So there is a lot of huge opportunity as we go forward in this space. So can we have the next slide, please? Yeah. So the way forward is that we will see increasingly more in digital transactions and validations, which warrant that you need to have a digital identity. So this digital identity are basically, it will be the foundation for a rapidly evolving technology, which drives the data-driven economy and the society. So that is where, and from the data I have, that I think 60% of the world GDP is right now digitized in some form or the other. And despite only 50% of the global population having access to the internet at the moment, and still I'm told that about 30 to 40% of the global population are yet to have some form of digital identity as of now. So there is a lot to be done, and there's a lot of I would say convergence which are going to happen. And with technology being a disruptor, so there's going to be a big opportunity space. And we also, I think I read in the paper recently about India crossing 100 million transactions on a daily basis, the UPI platform which the government has initiated, which means to say, because 100 million is a huge number on a daily basis for the transactions to transact. And this market is expected to be around a $50 billion market by 2026. That's a huge opportunity space for organizations to be in. And can you have the next point, please? Yeah, so at the enterprise level, they're looking at convergence and security. How do you secure their employee data and any related to the transactional data what the organizations may have. So this is basically the way forward. Most of the enterprises are looking for as far as their challenges are concerned. And can we have the next point? Yeah, cloud is adding to this because cloud is the way to go. Most of them have adopted in a big way. Most of the large enterprises have already moved on to the cloud. Or some of them are still moving on and they're in a transition. So I don't think there's a choice because most of the large vendors are necessarily giving you no option other than cloud now. So cloud is also driving this. So given this environment, digital identity is here to stay and it will evolve further. Possibly, I don't know when it will really sort of, what do you call, sustain, but it will take a little time. But there is a huge market space with a digital identity being a common factor, because that I think is going to be, so all of us will have some unique digital identity of a different format, maybe at some point in time, multiple identities, but eventually it will all converge into a single identity at some point in time. So this is the gist of possibly what I can possibly communicate at this point in time on a generic platform. So that is all I had to convey. Unless any questions are there, I will be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Rajgopal. It was really, really great. You said digital identity is here to stay. It's going to be there. And you also said digitalization and automation through cloud or internet enabled arena. It has created digital identity today. Thanks for saying all this. The last one decade, almost a decade, has made incredible progress in India with respect to digitalization. And not only that, it has made a big social impact as well. Right. Thank you very much for enlightening about this particular topic. And as far as the questions are concerned, I have about a couple of questions received. But as I said in the beginning, we will take it at the end, Mr. Rajgopal. Sure. Okay. Right. Yeah. Thank you so much once again. And now we go towards the another important topic of the day, which has taken the front seat, the supply chain management and the global trend. Everybody is talking about this topic today, particularly China and Europe. They have huge impact. Not only that, world over, it has made a big impact. I invite now Dr. K.N. Subramania to enlighten us about the global supply chain management. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. Are you able to see my slide?
Yes, we can see, sir.
So thank you. So in fact, in order to make sure that the signal is strong, I have switched off my video so that it will be good to see the slides. Fine. So first of all, let me thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And as you know, I'm a teacher, and my discussion would be circling around the fundamentals, some of the important issues, and the practice. I think that's the way I take the things. And my presentation would be like this. There are a lot of things to be assimilated in the given time. but don't worry about all the points in the slide. It will be there with the organizers. Anybody who's interested to work in the area, you can definitely take these slides, but I'll be highlighting in each slide some important points. So let us set the context first, then looking into the decision making and the supply chain. Then the latest being, of course, my previous speaker Rajgopal has talked that digitization and digitalization are the new normals. Whatever he has talked is even applicable to all the areas of business and the supply chain, whatever we talk about. But everybody gives a different names altogether. The latest trend in the supply chain is supply chain 4.0. And also, let us look into some of the changes in the modeling of the supply chain processes. And finally, with the human aspects, how it has to be considered. So, setting
Dr. Subramanian, sorry for the interruption, sir. Your signal strength seems to be good. You can even switch on the video, sir. We can see you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So, typically what's happening is supply chain has been dealt in many aspects. If you look into the global, national, all the other things, but I will be focusing more because people are talking about a lot of Atmanirbhar Bharat here. So I thought we should know what exactly is the vision for government and for all the companies in the country. So Vision 2035 document is available, which was in fact prepared in 2016 and 17 by Anil Kakodkar was the chairman of the committee. And if somebody could read, there are a lot of issues in all the sectors of economy, but I have taken what is relevant to manufacturing and the logistics. So if you look into this, the kind of things people talk about would be like, say, metal fabrication sector is expected to generate so much, 152 billions. And the textile is going to go in a long way with, in fact, modernization in the textile, including your devices, wearable devices into your textile. So like this, many of the industries are having a lot of potential and a lot of things have to be done. If you want to do this, is it okay that I do in the traditional way, or I had to go for the modern technologies? If you look into the bottom of my slides, these are all the areas which people are already working about. Every area by itself is very huge, but the combination of these technologies like 3D printing, or could be lean manufacturing, or modularity, or it could be on nanophotonics, or could be zero emission processes, or biologically inspired nanoscale processor fabrication, big data in bioactive molecular discovery. You can look into it. Some of these are already being made use of. Some of these things are in the scalable to the production. So these are the things as a part of a technology which is going to have an impact as far as the manufacturing is concerned, and almost all the kinds of industries, many sectors what we talk about, there are a lot of changes happening, and in the next 10 years we are going to see a lot of such technologies in many of the companies. Next, other most important thing, if you see, is the logistics or the mobility part. I'm sure everyone knows today what we are talking about in the mobility, whether it could be railways, it could be roadways, it could be airways and the waterways. Because if you take the whole of the supply chain, the logistics plays a very, very important role. If you look into the economy of our country, logistics contributes to almost around 19% of the GDP. You can imagine the kind of amount we are talking about if you look at a very macro level. In fact, this government is focusing more on the supply chain optimization and supply chain technology improvements in the next 1 decade. So in that way, logistics, which is a part of the whole supply chain, is very, very important. And the kind of technologies, just look into it, whatever I have addressed, flying cars would be one of the kinds of things which is very interesting. Then other thing could be fog vision systems, tilting train technologies, or vehicle to vehicle communication and vehicle to infrastructure communication, or it could be intelligent vehicles. In fact, we are working in the area of autonomous vehicles in our college with Wipro and IISc. Then automotive paints to help charge the vehicles, and electric mobility or biomimetics are designed for a ship. You can imagine the kind of technologies which we are talking about for the logistic enhancement. As of now, we know that there are certain changes which have happened, but the speed is very important, because if you find in the whole of the lean manufacturing and the supply chain, logistics is actually a non-valued activity. So as far as possible, you can reduce the time of logistics, your supply chain efficiency is going to increase. So that's how people are trying to look at how to enhance the speed by using the latest technologies, or it could be the vehicles, the trucks, or the hyperloops, whatever you talk about. All these are the areas which come under the whole lot of logistics. It could be for the material, it could be for the human resource, or a combination of all these things is the one which will play a very, very important role. So in that way, there are technological things, there are process changes which has to happen. There are some strategic initiatives which has to be taken by the government and the companies. All these things put together is going to add lot of value, and it is expected that our supply chain effectiveness and the efficiency is going to increase with all these kinds of usage of the technologies. Of course, there is a lot of investment which has to happen, but investment also has a good return, and it can become global. That is a very important aspect we should take, because by and large, Indians, we are all always the consumers of anything you talk about. But now a time has come that we should become product-oriented companies, or we should export lot of things than only going on importing all the things. That is where the enhancement of the logistics, the manufacturing technologies are very, very important. Because we might talk about a traditional processes or a manufacturing technologies, and ours being a labor-intensive country, we always feel, okay, we are comfortable with these things. But if you look into the overall effectiveness in the supply chain, actually we are not performing better. That is just because we are all stuck to many of them. I don't say all, but many of us are stuck to a lot of traditional kind of doing things. We have to drastically come out. There should be a disruption which has to happen in the supply chain, so that we can be the forefront leaders in the whole area of business, what we are talking about. So this is the context I am taking. There's a lot of opportunity for the manufacturing companies, the suppliers, the distributors, or the service providers, or the modern age businesses like could be your Olas or McDonald's, or could be Swiggy's, whatever you talk about. Everywhere there is a supply chain, and I'm sure that we keep on seeing a lot of changes which we would not have seen in the last 50 years. We'll see such changes in the next 2 to 3 years. So if you look into the research part of it, whatever is happening in the mobility area, whatever has been given in the dots, if you look into it, the first one looks into already it is available, but second one is needs to be, in fact, the second is required a targeted research, and the third one would be needs to be moved from lab to field. So these are the technologies we are talking about, and are still in the imagination stage. Like for example, self-healing roads. People are doing a lot of work, a combination of a biotechnology or a chemical engineer or a chemistry. All these people are trying to work on a lot of alternative materials for a self-healing roads, which is still in the imagination stage. So like that, biomimetics is a very, very important thing. In fact, even Corona has taught us a lot of things, that how do you can get contact or connected with nature, so that you can design better system. Somebody was telling me that you have got any problem, any kind of a problem, just to see whether that problem exists in the nature and find out how the nature is addressing that particular kind of a problem. I think if you get that, then mimic the nature, automatically our solutions would be more sustainable and productive in nature. Rather than looking at only complex solutions, sometimes the simple things may also solve the problems. So these are some of the enabling technologies in the safe and speed mobility which is going to happen. I request all of you to look into Vision 2035 documents, which is there in Government of India under TIFAC. There are so many, it is almost a more than 600 pages document. It is there for all the sectors, the kind of technology which you are supposed to use. So with this context in mind, the changes which are happened in the whole of the supply chain and logistics, this table is going to tell you, you start from the industrial revolution which is called Industry 1.0. From there, we moved into mass production using electrical energy from 1870 to 1969, which is Industry 2.0. Then slowly came the electronics part. Today, you talk about, in fact, today morning, Mercedes-Benz MD had come to our college. We were looking into it, the kind of vehicles we are talking about today, actually 60 to 70% is electronic in majority of the vehicles. So slowly, IT and electronics has taken a front role, and Industry 3.0 has advocated on those things, and many of these things are already there. And now you talk about Industry 4.0, which is for the digitization, the digitalization. A super layer in any of the activities in the industry we do is totally Industry 4.0, which may use cloud computing, it may use robotics and automation, it may have supply chain 4.0, which is the total digitization and digitalization of all of the supply chain processes. All those things come under a part of Industry 4.0. So corresponding to that, logistics and supply chain also have made a lot of changes. Because if you take supply chain, up to 1970, it was considered as one of the functional areas. It could be a materials department, an operations department, a sales and marketing as a functions. Then slowly, people started looking into integrating between the channels. That means functions and all became the processes. And in the processes, there was something called the internal supply chain and the external supply chains. So external supply chain was related to the supplier to manufacturer or manufacturer to wholesaler, the distributor. But internal supply chain was among the departments and among the processes which are involved, which actually maybe I can say starting from 1970, when you talked about the just-in-time systems, the group technology, all these are the times when it came, when the whole modern production systems came into being, supply chain 3.0 became very popular. Now people talk about total integration. Supply chain 4.0, because up to 3.0, it was all the developments in the domain or in the technology part. Now all the 4 points, that is Industry 4.0, Logistics 4.0, Supply chain 4.0, all these things, most important you should understand, is the digitalization part which we are talking about. Any kind of a process, a super layer would be your IT or information technology layer, so that your time get crunched, the decisions should be faster, will be more productive. So then have analytics, which is going to be helpful for taking better decisions. So that is Industry 4.0, Logistics 4.0, and Supply chain 4.0. Because the term intelligent or term agent generally refers to the term that your system is going to take a decision actually on behalf of you. That's where people talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms. So all these algorithms goes at the back end and sits and it will take a decision, give a better decision for you. So that is how the overall structure of supply chain and logistics have developed over a year. And if you ask me where we are in India, we are at, it will be a jigsaw puzzle if I talk. MSME sectors could be at one level, maybe large national companies would be at one level, the multinational companies which are operating from India are in some other level. If we take the global supply chain, they will be in the highest level. So it is a jigsaw puzzle. We cannot specifically say where we stand, because every company will have its lot of kind of a, I can give an example. There may be a company where the suppliers will be operating still in the Excel, whereas your company has got a SAP, where your distributor, or if you go to a logistics fellow, he may be still writing in a book also. That may be the situation. So supply chain is going to talk about the overall integration of all these processes and making it more digitization is the latest trend which people are talking about. I will not go into details of this, but the kind of decision making for which you need any digitalization of the supply chain implements would be is on the demand analytics. Biggest problem is how accurate is our forecast for the demand which we want to make actual sales. There's a fundamental question in the supply chain, because with this, if you go back, if you talk about a lean manufacturing or a pull system, I first take the demand and work back all the things and find out how much I should buy. So that's the kind of thing. So your forecasting of the demand, the inventory, people don't want to hold anything today. You have a third-party logistics service provider, the four PLs, all such people are available because they find that the 7 waste what we talk about in lean manufacturing is all a waste typically. Is not adding value to your product or to the customer. So the inventory part and the demand part, which is the forecasting, is another important one. And the optimal fulfillment logistics is very important. Why logistics becomes very important? Even if you look into the Glasgow summit, which concluded recently, you find that the climate action is very important. If you know, logistics is dealing totally about your carbon emission. So can you look into how to optimally design your logistics route, either for the customer when you are delivering or for taking from supplier to the manufacturer? There is huge movement which happens. So optimization of your whole lot of, let us say, the traffic flow inside a country, or it could be in the sea as well as in the air, whatever could be. How to optimally do it with strong algorithms is one of the latest trends people are working. That is on the material supply chain. If you look into the human supply chain, you know that you order for a Swiggy, how fast he has to come. So there's also vehicle movement even within the city. So much times can, in fact, the Ola CEO had come to our college. He was telling they got a strong algorithm in the back end to look into it and dynamically change all those things. Similarly, Swiggy will have that. The Zomatos will have that. I think I'm sure that many of the students are there here in this presentation. Please think on these lines, those who want to work in the supply chain area, so that you will get a lot of innovative ideas, and your solution and the algorithms would be much stronger. We should be local. Make all these studies contextually in nature, so that you will have, let us say, a lot of value in whichever company you are trying to work. So out of that, I've already told you, supply chain 4.0 is one of the most important development which has happened with the recent, in parallel with the industry 4.0. But many large scale companies have done it, but the others in the supply, as a supply chain stakeholder or a partner, I think a long way to go to achieve this, because this is going to ensure faster, more flexible, more granular, more accurate, and more efficient system supply chain processes. That's where digitization becomes very, very important. It is very cluttered, but please keep this, whoever wants to work on the supply chain area, please keep this printout on your table, and every day you can look into it. This is a McKinsey's chart on digital supply chain, which looks into all the first layer is the innermost is the capital, the cost, agility, and the service in the supply chain. Next would be all the processes involved: planning, physical flow, performance order, collaboration, the supply chain strategies, and the under planning. What are the latest developments which you are supposed to do in order to make your supply chain digital and get the advantage of the digitalization process? So this chart will be helpful for, because every module here is very, very huge. Maybe SAP, Oracle, all these people are moved from ERP to supply chain software already. Many things are available. But when you talk about a new industry, like say electric company, for example, a robot company set up in India, all these are very new, for which you may have to design your own methods or the processes for any of these activities, what we talk about in the supply chain. And the kind of technology which will have an influence across the supply chain processes, as I've already told you, that it could be 3D printing. They say that in China, a base station used to be around 2 to 3 kilometers, where they used to hold a lot of materials in a warehouse. Now all those things have become a zero, because they get a 3D printing, and any spare parts are needed, quickly they can do a 3D printing and supply wherever in the base station what all the kind of components they need. So that means you can imagine the kind of business model we are talking about, because we always look at the space for anything. With these kinds of technology, space would not be needed many of the times. For example, even in education, there is an online learning. 50% of my classrooms, or during COVID, 100% of my classrooms were not all utilized, but I could still communicate to the students. So technology is an enabler. And if you look into robotics, IoT, which is revolutionizing the whole lot of things. We also talk about smart cities. So where you have a lot of things to be taken care. So this is on the technology part of it, how the innovations could be done. Of course, if you take the whole of the supply chain, the digital part would be, it will be a 6 stage. It could be how to digitize all the kind of supplier activities. For example, there are chatbots today for the supplier activities. Chatbots are available already. Okay. Then robotic process automation, RPA, is available. Similarly, digital production systems, digital logistics and inventory, and digital customers. And of course, the super layer would be the IT and technology. Based on all these things, you can see the performance, digital performance of the whole supply chain. So these are the 6 stages which should be always keep in mind. And people may ask whether it will work in India. These are standard questions, whether it will work in India or not. But let me tell you, these are some of the results which have been already achieved in India as well as abroad. So in that way, let us be positive and move forward to see that how to make our processes better from whichever stage we are there. So these are some of the, I do not like to read this, but these are some of the kinds of advantages if you go into effective utilization of the supply chains. Of course, in the warehouse management, WMS is a huge area. For starting from a manual process into a whole of the automation in the warehouse, it has saved a lot of millions of dollars for people, and the time crunch, the time has been shrunk to so much even in the warehouse management. And modeling becomes important. Those who are working in the area of supply chain, because supply chain has got technology as well as a process. So if you talk about a process, there is automatically, there are some activities. There are some quantitative activities and the qualitative activities. So when it comes to that, modeling becomes very, very important. If you take a real world problem, human is a part of the modeling process, or in the other side, it could be human is external to the modeling process. That means all the models, your data, whole of the data science field, what people are talking about today, all come under the right part. And the left part is the human modeling, which is in terms of, let us say, developing your RPAs, the robots for your activities, where the human is a part of the modeling process becomes very, very important. So modeling is a very huge topic. As you know that what has happened, you'll get to a descriptive model. What could happen is a predictive model. What should we do is a prescriptive model. I think this is typically whole lot of operations research, then the simulation modeling, or could be your heuristics, meta heuristics, huge lot of, this is a total area altogether, which people are classifying this under a data science as well as a decision science. So this is what is called a supply chain analytics area, where a lot of jobs are available for the youngsters today. So if somebody has to go into this area, these are the kinds of models which you are supposed to look into it. Of course, the latest model being the machine learning and artificial intelligence, which has taken over all the other models. But let me tell you, at the back end of all these things, all the OR and the simulation models are serving the purpose in order to make your algorithm work in a better way. And you are teaching your machine from time to time. Then let me skip this, but I request that there are 10 ways how AI and machine learning could be helpful for people. In every activity, whatever we are doing across the supply chain, machine learning algorithms would be very much helpful in terms of the demand forecasting accuracy, in terms of the collaborations or supplier deliveries, in terms of the visualization of the physical assets, what you talk about. All these things would be made easy today when compared with the yesteryears of last 20 years. It is all very difficult. So these are some of the things actually which you can look into it and see that how to fine tune the supply chains which we already have with the technology in mind. Of course, benefits are there. Let us not look into benefits too much, because you have to make a process right. There is something called in ERP we used to tell called as USA. Understand, simplify, automate. USA. But many of our processes, what they do is they understand the processes and automate the processes without simplifying the processes. If you don't simplify the processes, all the manual errors would be still there in the automated system also. This is the fundamental thing which we should know. So that's why it's called as a GIGO, garbage in and garbage out. If your total process has been redefined or there is a disruption in the process, then you can look into how to make these things in a better way. So those are the advantages if you try to use AI and machine learning models, which people have started looking into it. And finally, do you believe that is only technology which is important or the process which is important? In fact, it is the persons which are very, very important. This slide shows on the human resource supply chain. In future, since we are talking about the global supply chain and what will be the future in the supply chain, these are all the kind of powers the human being going to have. The kind of, let us say, the posts which will be created in companies would be enormous. There's a lot of changes which are going to happen in terms of an agile leader, because leadership becomes very important. The way a leader looks at a supply chain, because otherwise what happens, supply chain, logistics, operation management, these are all a secondary importance in the organization, because it was all taken care by the middle level management. Today, supply chain and logistics and the digitization is a part of the overall strategy of the company. So that is where the leader's role becomes very, very important. So if you look into an innovation, innovator will have a creative mindset, customer focus, co-creation skills. So there is always correspondingly, actually the human development also has to happen in this area. As of now, this is not happening because we are too much dependent on the technology But if the human doesn't get adjusted to is how much of technology you use it, but you are not getting any competitive advantage. So it has to be ingrained into the lowest level in the organization. That is where we talk about these kinds of leadership roles, like an agile leader, an innovative kind of a leadership, system coordinator, or a talent enabler, a digital transformer, and a transformer pilot. So it could be in terms of entrepreneurship, or it could be called as the leadership 4, or the target set would be in terms of lifelong skill development. So this is a huge area which we are talking about, because supply chain itself is a whole lot of area which we cannot cover, because we have 3 to 4 courses in engineering which I am teaching for a long time. That means 4 subjects I teach in the supply chain, including the practicals. So in that way, human resource supply chain is of recent interest to the people. If somebody in an MBA college would like to work as a human resource supply chain itself, forget about the technology or the material part of it. Human resource supply chain is also very, very important. If somebody can work, because there's less work done in this area, so he can, in fact, he can also be in touch with us so that we can work together. So this is the overall perspective I wanted to give. I know it is digesting is very difficult, but always time will be always a crunch. But whomever you want to work with these areas will be very, very happy to coordinate from the college side. And once again, I thank the organizers, particularly AC Narsimurthy, who is my good friend for a long time, for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts. And I'll be happy to take the questions after some time, after my next speaker is over. So thank you very much. Please take it forward, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Subramania, for giving a different perspective to a very important topic this afternoon. Thank you so much, sir. It was very, very interesting. And you touched upon something like flying cars, tilting trains kind of things, which are new to us. And you also spoke about in depth on the evolution process which has happened with respect to Industry 4.0, and also connected with Logistics 4.0 and Supply Chain Management of 4.0. It was very, very interesting. And as we all agree, yes, total network integration is what is happening under the Supply Chain Management 4.0. Very interesting. And you also spoke about algorithms are going to be the future to help our decision making also. Very interesting. And then 6 dimensions of digital supply chain management. And you said about the today's topic of machine learning and artificial intelligence, which are going to be the future. And you also said lastly on to understand, simplify and automate, people skip the simplify process and then jump into the automation, get into trouble. Thank you so very much, Dr. Subramania. We would like to be in connect with you and learn more on all these topics.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request the another important topic of the day, finance management. It becomes the brain of any organization when in any decision making or the company's existence, growth, performance, everything depends upon the finance management. What are the global trends, global perspectives in this particular area, the brain of the organization? Here we have our friend Udo-san from Tokyo, Japan. All the way, it's a late evening for him. I appreciate his determination and sagacity to be here with us this evening for him. Over to you, Udo-san, for taking the topic forward.
Thank you so much, Shankar, for the introduction. And actually, I also learning a lot from the 2 panelists before me, and yeah, I get more excited now. So that's let me start. So this is the the finance specific, the technology and the management and the global trends, which I feel daily as I participate in a global company, which is a Cargill, the world's largest trading company. Can you go the next slide? Yep. Right. So I almost skipped the points, but my point here is the I do have that 16 years experience and working in different countries and the different finance roles. So that sometimes it's I do the accountants, but it's manager and do the more like the process implementation. So that's when I look back, the 16 years back or 10 years back, and now it's the huge change actually, in terms of the technology and the process, and even like a people mindset.
Udasan,
yeah.
Uda, sorry for the interruption, Udasan.
Sure.
Can you bring the camera to your face? We are not able to see you properly.
Okay.
Sorry for the disturbance.
Is it fine?
No. If you can turn, your face should be in front of the camera. Is it possible?
Yeah, I know. So my okay, one second. Let me do it this way because I using a double screen now.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Is it better?
This is better. This is better.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So that's I do have the several perspective and the experience. So that's happy to share that my experience and the perspective. Yeah. Before that, I do have the 3 kids. Yeah. And actually, one of the technology and the benefit even in this COVID is give me the more the time to interact with my families now. I think that's one of the advantage. It's not the particularly for the finance, but this is more like in general. Yeah. Could you go there next? Right. So yeah, so the finance is actually involving the many process in end-to-end in a business. So I bring the some of the examples in different process in business the flow. But normally the business flow is the starting from the manufacturing and transport and the warehouse and ship out to the customer. So that's and the finance is involved in many process in these the entire process. So I do share the 3 example for you to little bit feel that and what's going on in the finance area currently in terms of technology in the process. Yeah, could you go to the next? One perspective, this is very specific example, but the technology is actually more like the improving our accuracy and efficiency of the daily operation. So I brought this one example for the vendor invoice management. So vendor invoice management is once you procure and you need to pay to the to the vendors, the suppliers. And what we do normally is receive the invoice and they verify and once it's verified, it's okay and pay to the supplier. What happened in the previously is more like a manual process. So that's you physically receive the physical invoice and check that physically, and if that looks fine, and key in the system and the payout. So that these are the very the manual process. But the currently it's more like technology helping that to pick up the the information from the invoice. One is the optical character recognition, OCR. Do that intelligently, the scan the PDF and find out the relevant info. For example, like supplier's name and bank info, and the quantity for the goods and the amount, and even like the other tax, the info. So that this thing is it's more like now it's automatically done by the how to say the technology. And even like the system, it does the verification between that, the invoice info and whatever we have the, the purchase contract info in a system. So these things that we takes many times to do that manually before, but now it's more the technology can support. So this is one example for the, the technology helping the accuracy and efficiency of the vendor invoice management side. Could you go to the next? Yep. So this is the more like financial analysis and helping the the closing of the books. So at the end of the month, normally, so what we do in the the finance area is the we need to close that the ledger, the books. Yeah. to close the books and to get the accurate data, financial data to report to, for example, the parent company. Yeah, so this is it's more like before it's a manual process, and actually to get the the final financials, how many the adjustment and the longer time to have the monthly and the closure the financial data, the figures. So it's more the effort we put, but and actually it's less time for us to do the financial analysis. But currently it's more like the technology is helping to automate it, the close the books, and not much the manual adjustment is required, but it's more like a daily operation that we check the accuracy of the data. And we just do the more like how to say, at the high level to see that the number looks fine. Yeah. So it's more like relying on the system to the close the ledger, the books, and we believe that this is accurate data. So we still have more time to do the financial analysis, and the financial analysis to for example, this is the customer having the more margin than the others. So this is we need to sell the customer more. So that's helping that the business, so the management to make the decision to drive the business to make more profitable. To analyze this thing is the yeah, I put this picture is the BI business intelligence help this analysis, and even like I share that these data with the management team, and that's actually it's visually can explain that this is a focus, yeah, to sell more, for example. Yeah, so that technology helping early closing and plus the financial analysis to and explain the better to the management. Yeah, so this is the one example from the financial the reporting side. And the last example I brought is the process get standardized. So that's helps us to collaborate across the countries. The process is normally it's not standardized across the countries, so it's more like it's the depending on that the countries regulations and the process and even like the customs. So that's yeah. I do see that in a company as well. That's it's before it's more like diverse process. And actually, because it's very technical, and only the local operational team can do that because they understand end-to-end the process and what's the regulation behind such. So yeah, so this is the previous, and even like accounting standards and tax is the varied by each countries. But currently it's more like the processes are actually the standardized because we implementing more like the standardized technology, for example, like SAP, to implement the standard technology, and what we normally do is try to standardize the process. So with that, it's more easy to implement the technology as well, and also the accounting standards is for example, like IFRS is globally it's more like a standardized. So that's a globalization of the accounting standards. It's helping that to make us the process get the more standardized across the country globally as well. So that's and with that, it's give us the more benefit. That's even like myself is the help the India the SAP the implementation as well. So that's it's not doesn't have that much dependency where you are, but you can't help the other countries, the business and the people, and collaborate daily. So that's very much happening. So that's I think it's one of the benefit for this standardization by the technology. Yeah, and I brought the three example, and hopefully that makes more I mean that the familiar to you. And this is more my certain mindset. And when I do the technology implementation to different business and the countries, so that's, and technology is actually be changing all the times, and it's, yeah, so that's, I think the how do you say, 1 year back is the technology new, but now implemented the one technology, but the new one is coming today, and so that's keep coming. It's yeah, so you don't need to be flexible to and open the eyes to accept the new change. And be excited to get the new change as well. But at the same time, that the new technology, we are not very much blindly, how do you say, implementing that, but need to assess the change impact by bringing that new technology carefully. Sometimes I focus on just the one side or the finance side, but that's give us a benefit. But the flipping side, for example, supply chain side is give more like a demerit or the workload. So need to see that these the impact end to end from the beginning to the end of the business flow. So that's my actually the mindset and the principle as well. And always the many people involved in that to implement the new technology and run a technology operation process. So that's cannot forget about the people actually who is who is actually the sponsors, who is the end users, who is the helping the operation. So so this cannot forget about the people who actually helping that. So my mindset is to engaging the stakeholders, these people, make sure that we happy and see that the same direction to go. And definitely having some of the conflict sometimes, but it's the cannot forget about the people. So that's and keep communicating, and in the finally to get the I think the people the good smile at the end. Yeah. So these things that I recently done with Shankar-san MC here, and we spent 2 years for that project, and had a very much like interacted. Even I stayed in Japan and did the implementation like remotely, and but it's the good thing is the technology is definitely helping the integrate, and sometimes it's the feel that it's a little bit distant, but we can do that better with the technology plus the our the mindset as close as possible. So so these are things that I just wanted to share with the people here. So and thanks for that so much to giving me the opportunity to share my perspective.
Thank you so much, Udo-san. Very interesting topics, particularly finance management is something recondite subject. Not many people will understand easily. But then you also said so nicely why we must embrace new technology to improve the accuracy and efficiency and timely and insightful knowledge, because financial analysis is very, very important in any organization while taking decisions. Therefore, while going for the new technology, you will get a lot of time to have proper financial analysis. And also the third important point you touched upon, standardizing global. Today, we are in a global world. We can't confine ourselves to one country or one region. Therefore, this financial management, perhaps like a company like Cargill, which has got worldwide presence, we must have a standardized approach towards the financial management. That definitely helps. And I like particularly your thought process on to accept any change, be open to change, assess change, carefully, and then engage stakeholders. Definitely key points, very, very helpful to know about financial management. Thank you once again. Now that we have completed all the three speakers on the topics that we have, and as far as the question and answer is concerned, questions are concerned, I have one specific point received from one of the students and a couple of more questions for other speakers. This one particularly for Mr. Rajgopal. The question from the student is, increased automation is one of the global trend, but does that not affect the employability or economy of the country? This is the question, sir. Over to you, Rajgopal, sir.
Well, I mean, anything you do, I mean, does touch upon anything in terms of economy or employability. It possibly gives a new form of employment, for instance, with the different new skills and all that. So it's all that, we have seen in our own life in the last 30 years of what I've been working on, right from the time I started my career to now. I have also been adapting into new environments and new technologies, new platforms. And unfortunately, as I said, technology is it's disruptive in nature. So it's a continuous adoption you need to do, like what Dr. Subramania was mentioning about. At any point in time, you have all kinds of diverse situations of all kinds of vendors in the supply chain ecosystem. What you mentioned about people using conventional books, or some of them using a basic Excel format, to the ERP kind of solutioning. So it's just that how are you scaling up? So if you don't adapt and do that, I mean, I don't see it affecting. It affects in the sense, yes, if you don't have the new skills required for employment, then of course it does affect adversely. If you adapt and keep moving, that's the way it is. Unfortunately, it is imposed on us, and we need to keep moving. And the reason is that most of the entrepreneurs have to do it, because otherwise they also get wind off. As I said, if you look at Nokia, for instance, one of the reasons they moved out of the telecom, handset space, which at some point in time they were the de facto brand, or some of the Japanese electronic giants who used to be when we were youngsters. Those are the brands which we always used to look up to. Most of them are non-existent in terms of today's scenario. So it's all about how quickly you adapt to all these and then move on. So it does affect employment in terms of, you need to adapt into new skills. But from an economic perspective, yes, I mean, it's the same thing. All of us are exposed to new things. If you don't adapt, I think it's perish. Like that olden days, learn to adapt and move, otherwise you'll perish. Correct. So to that extent, it does affect.
Thank you, Rajgopal sir. I have another question. I'll come back to you. Sure. Now I'll move on supply chain. One of the questions I can see here. What are the challenges in implementation of effective supply chain management, Dr. Subramania sir?
Actually, if you look into the challenges, there'll be a lot. So it's not everything is as green as we discuss here.
Yeah.
Because people are all at different kinds of things, different varieties, everything they will handle. So I can anomaly I can give it actually. Like say, there one Nobel laureate in economics writes a book on game theory. He says that in the last 150 years, we have involved so much in the physical sciences and the technological developments, but human studies have not been made. That means parallelly, the human study developments have not been made. Unlike if you take 1900s and before that, you had Elton Mayo's or Abraham Maslow's Taylor principles. Parallelly with respect to technology, they used to study. But now what has happened is we are so much quick in exponential technologies. By the time you use one Apple phone, already one more Apple phone would have come. So it is called as a Moore's law. So adapting to the technology and implementing is a biggest challenge, because the human learning, because unlearn, learn, unlearn, relearn is very, very important. We may have to unlearn a lot of things. Today, let me tell you, if I got 30 years of experience, if I say, sometimes it may be a disadvantage according to me, because we will have so much of inertia in changes that I will not be in a position to make any changes. So I feel the biggest challenge is the change management. Otherwise, today's technologies are so fascinating, and it is so easy to even implement. As a technology per se, it's easy to implement. There's no difficulties as such. So I feel the change what all the other people were saying is the only challenge, because people don't want to change fast. Man is a creature of habits and attitudes. If you can do that, I feel we'll not have any other issues, because infrastructure, capital needed. There are a lot of banks today give a lot of things you want. So it's not worry about all those things. But if a human change happens, according to me, all the other things will follow. I think that's my take on this.
Thanks, Dr. Subramania. It was really nice to know that. Thanks for a nice answer. You move on to finance management. Udo-san, you said so much about the advantages and all that, but of course, as Dr. Subramania said, not everything is green as we see. There could be a lot of pros and cons, plus and minus of adopting technology.
Yeah.
What are such pros and cons? And another thing is, what could be the watch areas while applying technology in finance portfolio? So over to you, Udo-san.
Sure.
What's your answer for that?
Yeah, I think this very much a similar, the discussion that we had here. So that's the change. So that's difficult to adapt. Yeah. And then the pro and the cons is actually, we need to measure that, make sure that it's measurable. So that's what I do is normally is the, we understand the process change and what would be the impact on that. So that's, and how much the time is, can be efficient, and or sometimes it gets more. Yeah. So like we need to actually measure that and see that the change impact and with the stakeholders and understand that what will the change and accept the change, right? So that's my point is the actually not that always the technology is good, but we need to assess that and understand the change and agree with all the stakeholders. So that's
yeah. Thank you. You said the 3 key points which you shared. Very relevant. Thank you. Sir, identity management, there is another question, Mr. Rajgopal, I can see here. See, of course, there are new entrants who would like to get into a new area, new field. What are the opportunities for new entrants to be part of this kind of growth opportunity in the identity management? This is the question. Over to you, Rajgopal, sir.
Yeah, I mean, see the IT per se, the industry has always been having a lot of room for new entrants. If you look at Swiggy's or what Dr. Subramania was taking some names of some of the new age Olas or the Ubers of the world are all new ideas. And as long as you have a good idea, and with changing technology, it's about the same change management, what he was mentioning about how are we adapting to change very fast. So the larger the established player, so the slower for him to really, because he has a baggage. So for new entrants, it is that much easier, especially in the technology area, for them to penetrate if they can actually have a good idea and then use the current technology to implement. So there is always a huge room, for new entrants, and that's one of the reasons that IT industry specifically had a lot of new entrants, new entrepreneurs coming in. The right ideas have always grown up very, very huge, and then they've all benefited from that. So there is a huge opportunity, and and especially in the digital or the identity management space, with a lot of evolution in terms of it is not stabilized in terms of the format or any of those, because there are too many room or a large room for a lot of work to be done, and then a lot of new ideas to be really thrown in. Because even if you take Aadhaar took about 10 years to reach where we are in terms of almost, I think, 99% of the population having got an Aadhaar now in the country. But then having done that Aadhaar issue, I think there's already a huge change going on in terms of the format of the security at the back end, which to a certain extent I'm exposed to because of certain discussions with the government. So there is a lot of changes happening. So there's nothing called constant. So with that being the case, there is always a room for new entrants. So at the end of the day, it's the idea which wins.
Thank you, Mr. Rajgopal. It was very encouraging, and I think it is very motivating also to a lot of youngsters in this hall. There is another connected question with respect to the one I asked just now.
Okay.
We said about the growth opportunity as country Bharat, Nirbhar Bharat, India. In line with these global trends, how are we adapting to these new trends? How are we getting on with this?
See, there is a rapid deployment of technology or dependency on automation by the government. If you actually look at it, it all started with that passport seva kendra, which is now so convenient. You know, there was a time when we had to go for a passport renewal or a new applying for a new passport. It used to be a huge manual process. You had to go early in the morning to stand in a queue and all that. Most of those have changed. Now we have virtual queue system where you book an appointment and go. Verification of documentation is done very efficiently. So you don't waste your time much. So likewise, if you look at the government has taken a lot of automation. In fact, if you compare the government with regards to other governments in Europe, Europe is still have a long way to go when it comes to reforms on the governmental side. While we know European nations are a little advanced in terms of economy or maybe huge, but when it comes to reforms within the government, while a lot of them do comment, I personally have seen what is happening there to a certain extent. And to compare to that, I think that we are moving fast ahead, which means that there's a lot of room for participating in the growth story of the country. So there is a huge opportunity within the country now. And with the kind of population we have, I'm sure that it will continue to stay because obviously the complexities are huge. And again, if you go with what Dr. Subramanian was saying, that at any point in time, all kinds of people exist in an ecosystem.
Yeah.
Different competencies or a different way of managing things. And everybody seems to be having some market because there are people who also prefer the book system. Some of them still have an Excel and they're comfortable. They don't want to change. Some of them are compelled to change because their customers possibly are looking at SAP, and unless they have a connect with that, they will not be able to. It's all about how you adapt quickly. But in a large ecosystem like in India, I think there is room for everyone. But at some point in time, everybody will obviously keep moving ahead. So I see that from a country perspective, personally, I feel the government initiatives in terms of reforms on various sectors, including revenue department registration, for instance, all the registrations are computerized. The moment you go register, you get a SMS so that you know that there is a confirmation on that. I think government is moving towards issuing some sort of a property card or something of that kind.
Yeah.
So all these are opportunity areas as well as reforms, which actually generates a lot of opportunity for employment or even ideas. So that's what I think. So it's very optimistic. I'm very optimistic about the opportunities.
True. I just would like to mention here, the latest experience, in government of Karnataka, they've introduced something called Jan Sevak. For those elderly people, who are immobile, who cannot move around, they come home with the devices and do whatever changes you need. Like it could be a senior citizen card or something like Aadhaar correction, etc. They come home and do it. This is the opportunity. Thank you, Rajgopal. So that's really a good point what you touched upon. Two more questions are there. I would like to take. This one is for Dr. Subramania. We said about logistics and supply chain, a lot of improvements are happening. We are not behind as Bharat or India is not behind in this area also. Could you kindly let us know a little bit more on what kind of steps are taken by Government of India with respect to the logistics and supply chain area in India, sir?
Okay. Maybe if somebody has listened to Prime Minister's speech on August 15th, I think there's the first time, because I've been working in supply chain for a long time, it's the first time the Prime Minister on August 15th day talked about supply chain management in his speech. I think that itself is sufficient to say what is the growth they are looking for. And the kind of the road growths which are happening, okay, the National Highway Authorities, the kind of logistics they're providing is another change which is happening. The third one is, maybe a lot of students are here, Bangalore being the startup capital, we have more than 7,500 startups in Bangalore. And maybe some faculty here can give an exercise to students and ask them to find out how many of these startups are in supply chain and logistics? I think you'll be wondered to see. It'll be more than at least 500 to 600 companies you find in Bangalore, which are startups itself. In all the areas, it could be on improvement over the existing system, or it could be because younger generation are always fancied about their AI, machine learning, developing apps, developing algorithms. They are so innovative in that, and all those startups of supply chain logistics are in Bangalore only. So this one exercise, if we can make it, which is not available as of now, maybe some MBA students can take it as a project in supply chain and logistics and take a whole lot of how many supply chain logistics startups are there in Bangalore and what are the kinds of activities they are doing. I think it will be a very huge exercise. They can do it. So there are a lot of things are happening. And then the part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat, if you take, it is totally looking into indigenization of all our activities. Of course, some sectors like electronics, we have to still depend on others because of we don't have a capacity of making a semiconductor chip in our country.
Yeah.
Depending on China, we may have to depend on others. But a lot of other sectors, there are a lot of scope. In fact, the best example could be our co-vaccine itself.
Yeah.
So Indians are capable actually. Only thing is somebody at the macro level should push us to do things in a better way. I think that's what this government is doing. And I feel maybe another 25 years, there's a huge scope in the supply chain and logistics area in terms of your cold chains, in terms of the warehouses, in terms of the technology adoptions, in terms of actually autonomous vehicles, which will really boost the overall exports and which will also give comfort. In fact, I always feel when I go abroad, I feel that why only comfort is there in these countries, why not in our country? It's not that we should always suffer having a pothole, some signal problems, why we have to suffer. So maybe these younger generations are going to help us in all those ways. And the government is taking a lot of steps. Maybe if you take just the research area, it could be more than 10,000 to 20,000 crores are there for the supply chain and logistics area for the research purpose in the country. So huge potential is there. Sky is not the limit today. If somebody wants to look into Atmanirbhar Bharat, but if you still feel you're only consumers, and I always look at the foreign things, then we'll be losing a lot of things. I think that's my takeaway.
One more quick question, connected to this, sir. What I was just thinking when you mentioned about the semiconductor chips, don't you think it's an opportunity for India to look into this kind of products, which has really literally paralyzed the entire industry, automobile industry, as well as the world economy to some extent? Should we not take up these kind of things?
Yeah. Typically, what has happened is, if you look into the semiconductor industry, it's a very capital intensive area. Okay, except the major private players, others cannot even look into buying one surface mounting machine itself.
Oh, okay.
Right. So in that way, it's a very huge one. And people always say that if you start looking into this now, it may take another 10 years. Okay, to build a total ecosystem. By that time, because why China has an advantage, they sell all your semiconductor chips in kgs now. Okay, they buy in tons. They sell in tons. If I want to go to that level, we don't get a cost advantage.
Yeah, that's true.
Very, very important. At the same time, people don't want to pay high also for these products.
Yeah.
So it's a catch-22 situation. It's better because, in fact, 1970, Bharat Electronics was one of the first companies to start working in these areas. Maybe suddenly, sometime we miss the bus. And there is one called as a Silicon HCL in Chandigarh. They started doing a lot of such works. But it needs a huge investment. I think this is the right time, as you rightly pointed. If government can look into it, 5,000 crores, 10,000 crores money, they start putting it. We take some help from other countries like Israel and other things. Maybe in one more decade, we can become
maybe Korea kind of countries.
Self-sufficient.
Thank you, Dr. Subramanian. One question for Udo-san now. You said a lot of things about the implementation of technology in the finance area. But one question always haunts me. How do we measure the benefits of this kind of technology, particularly in an area like finance management? How do we measure that? I'm curious to know about it, Udo-san.
Sure. Yeah. First thing is we look at the process. Yeah. and how the people is operating currently, and what will the process change. Yeah, and actually, so that's for example, like I talk about the vendor invoice management. Yeah, so that's one example to how they do pick up the info and key in the system and verify that we can quantify that by that time actually. Yeah, and with that with OCR, how much that actually the technology can do that to eliminate these, the how to say the process and the time. So that's normally we quantify by the time and calculate the workload and how much the the FTE full-time equivalent to save that that resource. Yeah. So these are the approach to measure that change impact.
Thank you, Uda-san. One last question. This is the real last question. I think I don't see any more questions from here. This is to Mr. Rajgopal. Sir, is there any specific platforms or technologies to be known in this segment, sir?
I mean, it's important to know the existing prevailing technologies or platforms, because that's where anybody wanting to get into this area will have to evolve from. So to that extent, you need to know where you are moving from, so that you know where to move to. So that I think is the only one. But otherwise, the current prevailing technologies are, I think it's more than the technology, it's more of the idea as to how do you implement in terms of the method. See, the thing is that as we go forward, we need more simpler, easier, safer and secure way of transactions. So from that perspective, the moment you have a proper, better idea of implementing these, technology becomes just what do you call a basis in terms of building your so-called implementation methodology. So the idea, I think, supersedes that. I mean, technology, I don't think anybody cares in terms of what is what. So it's all about how do you make it more easier, simpler and safer and secure in terms of making sure that it's effectively, the effective delivery is happening. So there's nothing specific, but of course, when someone comes in, so it's important to know what is the prevailing platform and prevailing technologies or prevailing things and which dictate and dominate the current infrastructures, so that you know how to build on from there. Because interoperability is a big challenge. So obviously that, so which means you need to look beyond or look down upon what is there so that you know what to build on. So that I think is more important.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Rajgopal. I don't see any more questions. However, friends, you are welcome to share your questions through your faculty. Madam Principal is there and the other staff. You can definitely ask your questions and get answers later also subsequently. And from my side, as a moderator, my job was made very, very easy and simple because of the eminent speakers that we have in this panel. I must sincerely thank Mr. Rajgopal, Dr. Subramania, and my colleague and friend, Nawakotsu Udo-san, for for this wonderful session that you gave. This is cherished for a longer time, and the learning what we had today is something great. We can't compensate anything for this. I'm sure even the participants over here have learned something new today. A lot of takeaways this evening will be enriched for us. Thank you once again from my side. I also thank Mr. Asian Murthy and the college management, Sri Aurobindo College Management, who have given this opportunity to share our thoughts and to be with you this afternoon. Over to you, Mr. Divya Madam and Asian Murthy sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shankar sir, for chairing the session. And also thank the members of the panel of this technical session for their valuable inputs.
Thank you so much.
We have one more technical session tomorrow, followed by valedictory session. I thank all the participants, speakers, delegates for their support, interest, and patience. Expect the same support for day 2 session, which would start tomorrow at 10 a.m. We have a short break now, and we shall meet exactly at 4 p.m. for research paper presentations. I request all the paper presenters to be ready for the paper presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you. So may we leave this now?
Yeah, yeah.
Divya madam, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
all
much.
once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll
Yeah.
keep in touch. Thank
Sure,
you, sir.
sure.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Rajgopal. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Dr.
Rajgopal sir,
Subramanian.
Uday sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Yeah, bye.
Bye.
I love making skin look great, but UV rays and pollution make skin look bad. For complete protection, use a sunscreen with minerals. Minerals? Try La Shield Mineral Sunscreen Pollution Protect. Regular synthetic sunscreens absorb UV rays causing damage. सिर्फ mineral sunscreen skin को shield करता है by reflecting UV rays, giving you healthy skin. इसीलिए synthetic sunscreen नहीं. Try La Shield Mineral Sunscreen Pollution Protect.
Are you a finance professional or an accounting student, but not so sure of your career options? How about US CPA? You'll be intrigued to know that the Big Four and multinational companies in India pay a salary of 6 lakhs to fresher CPAs. Of course, that's just the starting point. And I have some more good news for you. The US CPA exams are now in India. As a CPA, you'll have career opportunities with the Big Four and MNCs who hire thousands of CPAs every year in India. Even in the difficult COVID times, all our Miles CPA alumni have been placed. And we still have so many unfilled CPA positions. While the pay packages for fresher CPAs start at 6 lakhs per year, salaries of experienced CPAs run into tens of lakhs or even crores per annum. Let's say you are talking to a CFO based out of the US or a colleague in Europe, a client. Professional qualifications in India do not require a university degree, which means that you can be a qualified accountant even without a BCom. To the contrary, US qualifications like CPA mandate a university degree, and the 4 CPA exams complement university education. So the way this works is complete your university degree, start working, and you can pursue your CPA alongside a full-time job. Professional qualifications in India often have exam questions where you're supposed to fill pages of content on your answer sheets. And I often hear folks complaining that they got another 39 on their exam. Perhaps the examiner didn't like their handwriting, or maybe the examiner wasn't okay with the articulation. Now, on the US CPA exams, you're going to be tested on multiple choice questions and simulations, all of which are computer graded, and that eliminates any human subjectivity. The testing on the CPA exams is not about memory, but whether you're able to apply the concepts you've learned to real life context. Many of your simulations are document review simulations. So let's say in a subject like audit, you may have a simulation where you'll be given many exhibits. The exhibits could include, let's say, an engagement letter which you have signed with a client, a written audit plan, let's say receivables confirmations or bank confirmations, a management representation letter, and your exam questions are based on these documents, where you actually wear the hat of an auditor and you respond to that situation as you do in the real world. To earn your CPA, you don't really have to go for an underpaid internship. All you need is a 1-year work experience, which can be verified by a licensed CPA like myself. And most importantly, you've got miles to be a CPA. We'll help you, number 1, pass the CPA exams, where I'll be the guide by your side, connecting with you on live online classes. And I'll make sure you perfect your concepts with over 130 hours of pre-recorded videos. Number 2, we'll help you earn your CPA license, which is a must-have for you to use the letters CPA after your name. And number 3, we'll help you get a job. We'll help you get placed with one of the big 4 or multinational companies. Are you ready?
I now request Srimati Savita, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Sri Aurobindo College, to take over the paper presentation session.
Good evening to one and all present here. Good evening to one and all present here. I, Savita, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, welcome you all for the paper presentation session for day 1. I take the pleasure of introducing today's chairperson of the session. I extend my heartfelt welcome to Sandeep Nair sir, Senior Project Officer, Academics, Chanakya University, and sir has completed his MA, MBA, and PhD. And sir has 26 years of teaching, consultancy, and training experience with 15 years of research experience. I welcome you, sir. Sandeep, sir. And I extend my warm welcome to CS Dr. R.V. Tyagarajan, sir, Member Evaluation Committee. I request sir to come on the dais. Tyagarajan, sir. Yes, joined. Amo, CS Dr. R.V. Tyagarajan sir is a practicing company secretary and a visiting professor. He has completed his MCom, MBA, ML, MPhil, FCS, FIIR, MIMA, NHRD, PhD. Sir has also have a is a life member of NHRD, Insurance Institute of India, member All India Management Association, fellow of Institute of Company Secretaries of India. Dr. Tyagarajan sir have over 30 years of teaching experience for both UG, PG and professional programs and overall 50 years of industrial experience, and served central and state public sector companies, private sector companies and educational institution, and held the position of the company secretariat, general manager, director and functional head of administration, legal, accountants, finance, audit, etc. Dr. Tyagarajan sir was a zonal advisor, member of LIC. He was a member of Institute of Internal Audits, Florida. He is a visiting faculty to several educational institutions and autonomous colleges and professional institutes. He has participated and presented and also as a resource person in international, national and state level conference. He is helping research scholars in completing their PG and PhD thesis. I welcome you, sir, for this session. Now I request the participant to get ready for the presentation. I wish all the best for all the participants. I request Dr. Sandeep Nair sir, chairperson, to give the instruction to the participant. Over to you, sir. Sandeep sir.
Yes, good afternoon to you. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
So you are audible, sir.
Okay, great. Good afternoon to you all. Respected Tyagarajan sir, Madam Savita and the team at Aurobindo College. I'm very happy and pleased to be here to be present for the session on a theme which is relevant, global perspectives on business, entrepreneurship, development and technology.
Sir, 1 minute, sir. It is not audible clearly. Just a minute, sir.
Okay.
Any problem? Yeah. So now you can speak, I think so, sir. Sandeep, sir.
Okay. Is it okay now? Am I audible now? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So good afternoon again. Is it okay? Shall I continue? May I continue? Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Now you are audible, sir.
Okay, great. Good afternoon again. I'm very happy to be on this international conference here, Global Perspectives in Business, Entrepreneurship, Development and Technology. Respected Tyagarajan sir, Madam Ms. Kavita, and the principal and the team at Aurobindo. As usual, I'm happy to know your institution's initiatives in knowledge enhancement. And I'm happy at looking at the papers that have been presented today. As teachers and practitioners, we should be looking at constant creation of knowledge, and research is the essential element of it. Now, today I have a few set of papers. The request the participants to keep your presentation brief because I've gone through the paper. You will be evaluated on 3 essential criteria. One is conceptual clarity. Second one is research orientation in your paper, primary or secondary. Third one is overall presentation. Kindly note, you have 4 minutes to present and 1 minute for any kind of Q&A. So with that note, I invite the presenters to start their presentation as guided by the moderator. Thank you, madam, and thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sangappa, excuse me, sorry, and Ms. Tyagarajan sir will be addressing you. One.
Dr. Sandeep?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Nice to be here, sir, with you, to listen to you
It is my
again.
pleasure to be, a member of this panel of presentation of papers. So we have 5 minutes plus 1 minute extra for participants. So there are, today we have slated for about 5 or 6 participants.
Okay.
The rest will be presenting tomorrow.
Perfect.
So good afternoon, participants. I wish all of you all the best to make a good presentation of your thoughts, observations and findings. And please adhere to the timings. We are scheduled for certain other things later on. So all the best to all the participants, and your names will be called. You can make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sangappa. Dr. Sangappa, sir, you are here? Sangappa, sir?
Hello?
Sir, you can carry on with your presentation. Sangappa sir will be presenting on role of micro, small and medium enterprise in regional development. So you can start your presentation.
Okay, madam. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Especially thanks to organizer giving an opportunity for the presentation of the paper. From the, I especially thanks to Tyagarajan sir, today's technical sessions research person and the eminent.
Sir, you are not audible, sir.
Hello, sir.
Sir,
you are not audible, sir.
Sangappa sir, you are not audible.
Now, madam. Now.
There is some problem with your mic, I think. Just check it, sir.
Hello. Hello, madam. Hello, madam. Hello.
Sir, we are not audible, sir.
Now, sir. Hello, sir.
Sir, Sangappa, sir. Sangappa, sir. Please check whether you have 2 instruments which are on, sir. Please check. There's a lot of echo happening.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hello.
Sir? Sangappa sir, please unmute yourself, no? Please unmute your device, sir. Sangappa sir?
Muted, madam. Hello.
Now it is audible, sir, to some
Now
extent.
audible, madam.
No.
Sir, is any other devices through unmute there, sir?
Already unmuted, sir. Now audible, sir.
Sir, just check anybody has logged in nearby you.
No, madam. No. I have alone here.
If there are 2 or more devices, it is logged in, no? We have this problem, sir.
No, no. It is only one single device.
Only one device?
Yes, sir.
You just log in, sir.
Okay. I continue, madam. Hello.
Yes, sir. Now you are audible, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. Myself, Dr. Sangappa Mamasiti, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Government First Aid College, Churchwell. My title of the paper, Role of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises in the Regional Development. According to Mahatma Gandhi, rural development is the nation development. It is a big message to the economic development. It means the micro, small and medium enterprises are being accepted as the engine of and for promoting equitable development all over the world, especially in India, in view of second highly populated country in the world. Micro and small scale enterprises have existed in rural India since age in the form of traditional skills. Recently, rural entrepreneurship has emerged as a dynamic concept. The micro, small and medium enterprises have a crucial role to play in the regional development. They provide employment and add value to local resources and provide products and service to rural consumers. Micro, small scale and medium scale entrepreneurs also increasing the people's purchasing power and people's standard of living. There is a need social entrepreneurship, rural entrepreneurship, and women entrepreneurship for the development of backward region. These approaches of entrepreneurs are quite relevant for the development of backward talukas, especially in Hyderabad, Karnataka region. My paper main aim is to bring out the importance of small scale and medium scale entrepreneurship development of the backward region or Hyderabad, Karnataka region. According to 2011 census, more than 68% people are living in the rural area of India. The people in the rural areas suffer with the unemployment, poverty, poor infrastructure facilities, which may be solved with the development of the rural entrepreneurs. The concept of rural entrepreneurs can be defined as entrepreneurship emerging at village level, which can take place in a variety of fields of endeavor, such as a business like industry, agriculture, and other factors of the economic development. But these rural entrepreneurs are suffering with the
Sir, Dr.
problems
Sangappa,
like
Dr. Sangappa,
lack of finance, illiteracy, and competition from the urban entrepreneurs. Rural entrepreneurs increase the standard of living and purchasing power of the people.
Dr. Mohan Chetty.
Employment opportunities to the people in the villages. My paper main attempt to understand the problems and challenges of the rural entrepreneurship in the context of rural development in India, and possible suggestions are given overcome to the problem.
Dr. Sangappa, Dr. Shetty.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir, can you move your slides, please? One. Second thing, the title of your paper and the title of this presentation seem to be different.
Okay, sir. No problem. The challenges of
Interrupt you,
microfinance.
sir. Sangappa, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. The title, I mean, the paper what you have sent and the PPT what you have sent, no, both are different, sir.
I explain generally, madam.
So good, but you have another 2 minutes left. So
Okay,
yes,
no
sorry.
problem.
Yeah.
The challenges of MSE sector.
So please, Dr. Shetty, please take us through your presentation. Let's go through your slides at least, because what you're saying is not getting reflected yet. Your presentation is about social science research and challenges, but your paper is about MSMEs. So there's a mismatch.
I have come to the point of challenges of the MSME sector.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Please change the slides. Lack of adequate and timely finance, the high cost of finance, very limited access to the equity capital, difficulty to procurement of raw material at a competitive cost, logistic issues, high cost of technology, which is not affordable for MES, lack of skilled manpower, high labor turnover, highly competitive markets, inadequate infrastructure facilities such as water, power, roads, etc.
Good. Dr. Sangappa, we appreciate. Hello.
The various laws.
Dr. Shetty. Okay. Yeah. We appreciate your presentation. Now maybe go to the session. We have some clarifications. So, what is the source of your research? I mean, is it primary study or secondary reviews? Have you taken up any specific area or industry or MSME sector as a case study, or is it based on secondary research?
No, sir. It is the secondary database.
Sorry, sir.
Now I try to take to one NGO or self-help group to finding the what is the socio-economic conditions of the society for economic supporting for the MSME sector.
Did you undertake any case study approach? Have you studied any specific industries or region?
I am now conducting the one major project, sir, for the MSME sector, especially in infrastructure related.
Can you give an example, sir? Meaning to say, can you please define MSME in its context?
Small scale industries sectors are the backbone of the rural peoples. They have multiple increase the incomes and generate the economic opportunities, and to support the to consume the raw material in the rural area and provide to the local markets.
Okay, we appreciate your presentation, Dr. Sangappa. Thank you for your participation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
I am in a remote area. I have not touched your heart.
But we understand. We understand. We thank you, sir. And thank you so much and wishing you the best. May I request you? Thank you. Organizer, please, let's have the next participant, please.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Ms. Rekha BS, RNS First Grade College, ma'am. Are you here? Rekha BS. Okay, let's move to next one. Mr. Vishwanath. Sorry, Vishant. Vishant. Mr. Vishant, are you here? Who is presenting a paper on a study on challenges and opportunities in implementing GST. I request Vishant to unmute your device.
Hello, ma'am.
Huh. You can
Am I
start your
audible?
presentation, Vishant.
Okay, ma'am.
PPT.
Hello.
Vishant, you can carry on with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Just a minute.
Video. Switch on your video, Vishant.
Ma'am, I think while present. Hello.
Okay, you just present.
Since I'm sharing the screen, I can't switch on the video. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Vishal, we can hear you.
You're audible, Vishant. You can start.
Okay. Good evening, one and all. Today, the topic for the day is a study on challenges and opportunities in implementing goods and service tax. I, Vishant P. of 4th Sem MCom, a student of Sri Aurobindo College. Hello.
Vishal,
Yes, you are audible.
carry on.
Is the screen visible, sir?
Yes, we can see the first screen, the title screen.
Yes, sir. And content for the day is introduction to GST, objectives of the study, statement of the problem, scope of the study, findings, suggestions, and conclusion. First, let us know what is GST is. GST is the indirect tax system in India, which replaced many indirect taxes. GST is the destination-based tax. GST is the tax which levied on manufacture, sales, and consumption of goods and services. GST is also known as one tax, one nation. So first of all, GST is the GST is the indirect tax. That is where the impact and impedance will be on two different peoples. That is, one person will be earning and the other person will pay the tax. That is, for example, if Mr. A purchases some goods from Mr. Y will be earning the income, but Mr. A will be paying the tax. So this is what called as indirect tax, and it is a destination-based tax where the tax is levied only on the at the end of where the consumption takes place and not at the origin place. So GST was implemented with one main motive, that is one nation, one tax. Before GST is implemented, in India, there were different states having different rate of tax for different items. Now, a particular item will be taxed at the same rate from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. So this was the main intake. This is one of the main advantage of GST. Objectives of the study. First one, to understand the process in implementing goods and service tax and impact on the society. That is, when the GST is implemented, the vendors or the retail shopkeepers where how they just process, what is the process they undergone to get registered under GST. First of all, they have to have a turnover more than 50 crores to get registered under GST. So the process was, hello.
Vishant, go on. You're perfect, clear. Go on.
So sir, am I audible? Hello.
Vishant, you're audible. You can continue.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So there are some processes to get registered under GST. First thing is the PAN of the company. That is the company is itself a separate person. So the company will have its separate PAN number, its own email ID, and it will be having a mobile number for the company or the proprietor's number. We have to get registered with this PAN number. Once we get logged in into this with this PAN number, we'll be receiving a OTP through the registered email or to the mobile number. Once the verification of OTP is done, the PAN will be verified. Once the PAN is verified, the vendors, the retail.
Vishan.
Hello.
Vishan. Vishan. Hello, Vishan.
Application generated.
Vishan. Can you please go to the title of your study, which is challenges, basically? So can you tell us about what are the challenges in the implementation of GST? Yeah.
Okay, sir. With the point of view of a retailer, the challenges what they are faced is, first of all, when the GST is introduced, it was all new concept which was introduced into the market, where it eliminated all other indirect taxes. So getting into this implemented, knowing about this GST was a biggest challenge, because it was one tax, one nation concept. Here there are different types of goods and different kinds of services will be put under one rate of tax. So what the government, the GST Council did is they differentiated particular material for with an unique code called as HSN code, which is abbreviated as Harmonized System Non-Manipulator Code, and this code is being given to all goods. So for a retailer to know about this code and which product lies to which code itself was a challenging task. And the GST was all about the advanced technology. Before GST was implemented, there was the vendors or the retailers just got adopted to this manual system. But once the GST is introduced, it was all about new advanced. It was getting into the technology system. So getting
Vishan, good. Because of the time constraint, can you please tell us overall what has been the major learning or advantage or impact of GST? I mean, overall, how has it affected the economy? How has it affected the states and its revenue? And how has it affected the overall businesses? Very quickly.
GST implementation of GST has been an impactful one for the nation, because it just generated revenue. Even during this lockdown time, there was GST revenue was generated at a good rate. In the last month, there was nearly about 13,000 crores of GST amount being generated. So this can be used for the infrastructure facilities to build an nation. And the other one is GST is the simplest form of all indirect taxes. Here we can the learning of GST or getting into the GST was much easier when compared to the other indirect taxes.
Vishan, good. We appreciate your presentation. Being an MCOM student, you have tried your hand on research, and we appreciate good work. But one small input, what I would like to present to you is research is also about a lot of focus. So therefore, next time when you try to write a paper, now study of challenges and opportunities in implementing GST in a very general perspective taken. When you try to look at a specific area or sector, you would get a lot more focus. Now, you can always improvise. We appreciate your presentation, and I thank you on behalf of the organizer and wish you the best. Ishant, it was a good job.
Nishan?
Hello.
Nishan?
Hello.
Vishal?
Hello?
Hello.
Nishan?
Sir.
In your findings, Seventh one,
Yes, sir.
you
Sir.
said most of the respondents accept that GST introduction
Yes, sir.
has increased the government revenue. What is
Yes,
the
sir.
How do you make this statement?
Yes, sir.
How do you make this statement?
Yes,
Have you
sir.
analyzed?
Sir, yes, sir. I have met some retail shop owners and their customers, and some of the auditors of that particular concern, and we have taken and the data which even the secondary data has been analyzed, sir.
No, have you analyzed any data on this regard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is there it is there in the paper?
Sir?
Is it there in the paper?
No, sir.
Okay.
The information about that I have not provided.
See the second suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Government should conduct promotional activities to create awareness among public.
Yes,
You are
sir.
doing from the perspective of the supplier.
Yes, sir.
Because this suggestion is for the public.
Yes, sir. This suggestion is for the government.
Is it for the suppliers or for the public?
Yes.
Now, can you tell me, GST is levied
Yes,
on
sir.
price or on cost?
Sir?
Whether GST is levied on price or cost?
It is levied on price.
Then it includes profit, no?
Sir?
It includes profit, no? Price includes profit.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, you are
Price
levying
includes
tax
profit,
on
sir.
profit
No,
also.
sorry, sir. Hello?
Yeah, tell me.
Sir. GST does not include a profit of the this one, sir. So it's based on the cost.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vishan.
Thank you.
Now I request Ms. Sandhya KH and Ms. Soumya S to present their paper. The topic on which they are presenting is a study on recent trends in cashless economy in Bangalore. Sandhya,
Yes,
Sandhya,
ma'am.
are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Any
Good
other
evening.
paper presenters who are interested to present for the day? You can leave the message in chat box, I think so. Chat box is open. Rekha ma'am is here. Okay, Sandhya, you can start your presentation, Sandhya.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, just a minute. I'll share my video. Good evening to all the participants of today's event. I, Sandhya KH, author of the paper from 2nd MCOM from SAC Bangalore, and my co-author Soumya S of 2nd MCOM from SAC Bangalore. Today, I am presenting the paper on the topic, a study on recent trends in cashless economy. Over the past several decades, financial markets and institutions underwent radical transformation and a sudden expansion, induced by general trends in deregulation, liberalization, globalization, as well as computer technology advances. International capital flows intensified. Markets have developed new and sophisticated instruments with a drastic improvement in the speed of financial transaction execution, significantly lowering financial transactions. The manner of payment has changed in parallel with the aforesaid changes. Credit and debit cards have become widespread and started squeezing out cash, whereas the emergence of contactless technologies has further enhanced the use of these payment instruments. Smartphones also revolutionized payments. This has led to changes in numerous other areas such as education, innovations, changes in consumer habits, commerce demand for new products and services, but also in product life cycles. The evolution of currencies have seen a new milestone in the past few decades. People have started using various kinds of payment systems such as debit card, credit card, wire transfer, check, digital wallet, and mobile payment. Handling of currency notes has drastically reduced, and the country is advancing towards more transparent, reliable payment system. India is going digital by the leading program of the Government of India with a vision to convert India into a digitally authorized society and knowledge economy. Faceless, paperless, cashless is one of the declared rule of digital India. Cashless transaction is a process of buying goods and services against money where there will be no involvement of physical currency. Here, the transactions will be made by digital information technology. So there will be immediate payment services which are capable of transferring money from one person's bank account to another person's bank account. The main aim of going towards cashless economy is to get rid of corruption and to make our country more advanced. Governments encourage a shift towards digital services because they see it as a way to address money laundering, tax evasion, and also to boost competition in financial services. The main objectives of the study are to know the recent trends in the economy, to analyze the customer's awareness on cashless transaction and its impact on society, to find the effectiveness and drawbacks of cashless system, to evaluate the reasons for slow adoption of cashless system in India. The study mainly focuses on the facts affecting the adoption of cashless transactions, to suggest changes for easy and effective utilization of cashless transactions in a large scale, including the rural population. Rural areas are home to 2/3 of the country's population of some 870 million people, where much of the challenges lies in achieving cashless transaction for the rest of the decade. It is estimated that rural users will constitute almost half of all internet users in 2020. Number of connected rural consumers is expected to increase from 120 million in 2015 to almost 315 in 2020. The scope of the study is analyzing and evaluating the recent trends in cashless economy to find out how cashless transactions are done among the citizens of India. By collecting the responses from the people belonging to various sectors of the economy who are involved in cashless transactions, and to evaluate the factors in creating awareness among the rural population and helping them to use cashless modes of payment. The research was conducted using primary data and secondary data. The primary data was collected using questionnaires and it was limited to 100 respondents. The respondents were belonging to the area of urban Bangalore, and it was in a limited time. The secondary data was collected from the review of literatures and inputs were taken from journals and magazines. The limitations of the study were, it is limited only to the region of urban Bangalore. The findings are derived from the responses received from the respondents and to some extent may contain prejudiced opinions of the respondents. Due to the time constraints and the pandemic situations, the survey is limited to 100 respondents. The study is aimed towards studying the level of awareness among the citizens about the cashless economy. The study recommends, the different modes of payments that include in cashless economy are checks and demand drafts, debit and credit cards, UPI applications. UPI has changed the way we transact. At the core of UPI's functionality is the fact that our mobile numbers are registered with our respective banks and linked to our accounts. A virtual payment address helps to send or receive money without entering any bank-related information. Mobile wallets, NEFT and RTGS, IMPS, USSD, that is unstructured supplementary service data, and ECS are some of the modes of payment that are included in cashless economy. The challenges that are there in making a cashless economy are lack of digital literacy, since more than 60% population of India does not know how to use the computer and rural Indian does not know about the smartphone. There is a need of high-speed internet, but in India, there are various rural and urban areas where the access of internet is very difficult. The area which have internet connection also have problems in continuous connection. The cost of internet facility is very high compared to developed countries. Lack of infrastructure in India.
Sandhya, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, ma'am.
5 minutes is over for you. Please
Yes, ma'am.
conclude that fast. Go to your suggestions, findings.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Conclusion.
Providing necessary training programs for upgrading the digital skills of the people will enhance the number of cashless transactions, contributing towards the success of Digital India. Ensuring cyber security and measures to overcome cyber crime will enhance the sense of safety and encourage people to use digital platform for carrying out business transactions. And I conclude with the elements of convenience in conducting business transactions, availability of internet services at a high speed all over the day, and reduction in the cost of printing notes, offers provided in the digital payment systems, reduction in the theft of hard currency, security provisions, easy tracking of transactions are some of the major reasons for the successful implementation of cashless transactions in the economy. Poor internet quality, fear of theft, hacking, digital illiteracy, poverty are some of the drawbacks which hinder the conclusion of growth of cashless economy. So I thank all the dignitaries and all the participants of the international conference held today for listening to our presentation. Thank you all.
Ma'am, thank you. An interesting study. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am, what was your sampling method? You chose 100 representatives. Sample
Yes, sir.
size of 100.
Yeah,
And
we
whom
have
did they
made a
choose?
study with the use of Google Forms, sir.
Now, who were the respondents? I mean, in terms of their profile.
Respondents were of merchants, bankers, the daily users of the internet banking or these cashless methods of payments, who are all using these things. We have taken them, sir. It includes students, households.
Okay, so they represent all cross sections in terms of age and profession and gender and everything. Whoever in the urban city of, in the city of Bangalore, you mean to say?
Yes, sir. We could limit our study only to the place of Bangalore, sir.
Okay. Now, ma'am, if I may just ask you, you used a questionnaire with how many questions, ma'am?
We used 4 to 5 questions, sir, because it was a limited study and we wanted very exact answers. We limited our questions to 4 to 5.
I'm sorry, initially I got disconnected. Ma'am, are you faculties or students, ma'am?
I'm a student, sir. I'm final year MCOM student.
Okay, good attempt at learning, ma'am. I appreciate it. And nice way of you presented in terms of research methodology and objective. Now here, whenever you are expected to research, we have to get in a little focus on the title itself. And a very correctly phrased title is half the world down. In that context, the title says a study on the recent trends in cashless economy. So if you could have made it as perception towards digital transaction, would have been a little more ideal in terms of understanding. But then, good, nice attempt at getting on to research. I wish you all the best and thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me such an opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sandhya? Sandhya?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, What is the basis of your samples?
Sir,
how did you select the sample?
Sir, we have chosen people who are using these cashless transaction systems, sir.
No. See, if you say 18 plus age,
yes, sir.
How do you ensure that it represents different ages?
Yes, sir. We have collected information from various categories of professions and also households and students, sir. Because
No.
even students have an opinion.
When you say 18 plus age, how
yes,
do you
sir.
categorize the age? Have you categorized?
Sir, we have categorized on the basis of age. Why? Because we want a mixed opinion, sir.
How many are there beyond 80 years?
No, sir. Because we took on an average until the age of 60, we have taken, sir, not above 60, sir.
No, but you should say, no? It's one of the limitations, right?
Yes, sir. Sorry, we missed out on that point.
Also, you have said in suggestion some training to be given.
Yes,
To
sir.
whom we should give the training?
Sir, rural students and rural population.
For WhatsApp, nobody got the training. Use of
No,
WhatsApp.
sir. On the use of technologically advanced mobile phones or the softwares, some training has to be given to the rural population.
How do you identify trainees and give training?
No, sir. In colleges or in training centers, like they attend training programs, sir. Students will attend obviously a computer class or college is a
when
place
you
where
make a suggestion, is it feasible? Will it be
Yes,
possible
sir.
to give?
Yes, sir. It is possible because in colleges, if they provide them how to use a computer or how to use a technology, students will be aware.
Are
and
you
so
talking
they
about computer or smartphone?
The computer and smartphone both have the software, sir. Because if they get to know how to use the computer
This
software,
includes even smartphone, no?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Therefore,
When they know how to use a software or an application, they can easily learn the different features, sir.
Okay,
So
thank
they'll
you.
be confident enough to use cashless
Thank you very
transactions.
much.
Thank you, sir.
May I know any lecturers, may I know any presenters wants to present the paper for the day? Okay. Then I thank Sandeep sir and Tyagarajan sir for gracing over this session. Thank you, sir, Sandeep sir and Tyagarajan sir.
Thank you, madam. I appreciate your effort and I thank Tyagarajan sir. It's always nice to listen to him. Thank you and wish you the best, ma'am. Thank you.
I thank everybody for the day, and we shall continue for the next day, that is tomorrow, this international conference. Thank you. Sir, thank you, sir. Sandeep sir, Tyagarajan sir is telling.